President of the African National Congress, Cyril Ramaphosa, presented a pioneering election manifesto of the ANC to South Africans. It paints a picture of an ANC that is when it was transforming the economy to focus on increasing industrialization, jobs and opportunities for all, and the fundamental improvement in the quality of life of our society. The manifesto, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, acknowledges the need for us to steer clear of stagnation. It does not fall short to admit that the current economic model harbors limitations that have not allowed us to break past the mold that holds us back from the South Africa we want. The era of digital technology or digital economy will catapult us to a South Africa of the future. This is the radical shift we require to deal decisively with the inequality, unemployment, and poverty challenges that plague us. It is imperative that we are awake to this era of digital economy so as to adequately harness its power to drive progress and prosperity in our country. How does the digital economy catapult us in as far as growth is concerned? Digital economy has fundamentally shifted the global village and reshaped the economic landscape. At its core, the digital economy embodies innovation, efficiency, and connectivity, revolutionizing traditional industries and creating entirely new markets. Leveraging of digital technologies allow for efficiency and optimization of processes and unlocking of new sources of opportunity and value creation whilst improving the quality of life of our citizens. The outcomes orientation is critical as technology is not an end in itself, but a means to an end. It is not an exclusive tool, but a democratic tool to be used by all. We or government need to ensure this availability and non-exclusivity. Usage of technology to societal advantage is not restricted to big business, but is an equalizer which enables all sectors of our society to contribute to well-being and improvement for communal perspective. Technology components suitably deployed enable the phenomenon of crowdsourcing, dynamic value creation, and value share opportunity. It is a phenomenon which is changing the fundamental fabric of society across the world. Actually, when we speak about crowdsourcing, what we are trying to refer to is that we are trying to take an approach as government that avoid incurring costs where it is not necessary in connecting with our people. Society has got a lot of apps available at a societal level, be it from the business point of view or individual. We are taking an approach of the API, that is Application Programming Interface, in ensuring that you use the existing app to interface with our people, whether it's through Pick n Pay, ShopRite, or Papela's AP. One of the ANC's key manifesto priorities is set towards putting South Africans to work. Much of the creation of the sustainable job lies in stimulating entrepreneurship and the local economy. Our digital economy is a powerful enabler of both of these phenomena. A great example of this is Mount Elif in the Alfred Road district. We're working with industry. We deployed innovative technology called Mesh Network, in particular as it pertains to bauxite, covering 1,600 houses, which has the power to connect entire township. In the case of Alfred Zone, which is one of the poorest districts in South Africa, Yamkela, a local entrepreneur selling chickens, experienced significant growth in his business after being connected to affordable broadband by Loxin Wi-Fi, a local ISP or internet service provider participating in the rollout of government broadband project called SA Connect. This example is one of the most examples, ladies and gentlemen. We went to Mount Elif to connect 500 houses using SA Connect, and we went to Kokstad, and we will be opening launching the similar project in Mutimulle on the 19th. I'm advised that the Deputy President will do this. The major experience that occurs when we do this, it occurs for small business and poor people because we're focusing on rural and townships. When you do this intervention, when we actually intervene by laying fiber and ensuring that the basic infrastructure is put in place, the last mile is finalized by an SMME. An SMME who puts the Wi-Fi by actually on top of us having put 10,000 to actually give them a startup. They use the area that is beamed by that Wi-Fi to mobilize people who must actually take advantage of the availability of that connection, which is at a very, very low cost. Surprisingly, where people who are connected in this fashion have access to the gig for 5 rand, 6 rand, which is actually dramatically down from 84 to 90 rand. It sounds very shocking and is pleasantly true. A lot of our people are being exposed to this through household connection. Only this year, we have connected by end of March no less than 750,000 of households to have access to this. It's actually taking off throughout the country, district by district, focusing on the rural community and the townships. Through economic platforms, digital marketplaces and online payment systems, even the smallest of the businesses and individuals can reach global audiences and compete on a level playing field. The blueprints for this digitization have been well defined through UN Digital Compact, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, frameworks, and GAP-STAC, which South Africa has subscribed to. These all have an outcomes focus based on leveraging of data and technology to solve societal problems. Framework application and outcomes are visible in countries across the globe, countries like Estonia, which is totally connected, Singapore, India, Bangladesh, and Philippines. We seek to emulate these successes and seek and exceed them. The biggest challenge when we talk about South Africa in particular, South Africa, for instance, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, has actually reached a penetration of 79%, which is ahead of the target of 80% by 2030 as per NDP. But the biggest challenge, having achieved this, is to make sure that our people have access online. That's why we're speeding up connectivity. The success of these are no longer judged by technology, or on an outcomes basis in terms of societal impact. Job creation, economic development, innovation, problem solving, poverty, health, and crime. The roadmap is thus clear thanks to our global citizenship. While South Africa has had a slow start, the base foundations and tools to accelerate are now readily available in our country through SA Connect and a number of other interventions. The ANC-led government must continue to develop a holistic strategy towards digitalization rather than adopting piecemeal policy measures. In actual, the point we are making, digital economy is not one of the economies. It is the economy, currently and the future. We must also start thinking about the relevant legislative requirements we might need to introduce towards universal digitalization, as technology is double-edged sword, and whilst we might laud its prowess and potential, government has an obligation to ensure that this is done in an open, safe, and secure manner. Harnessing the power of digitization, fueling economic prosperity in South Africa, this is what we have to say. One of the primary economic impacts of digitization lies in its ability to drive efficiency and productivity across all facets of the economy. Our government has mapped out 257 government services for digitization, and through the National E-Service Portal, 92 services have been digitized and are accessible by citizens online. The program will continue to enrich the available bouquet of e-services, whilst also increasing its accessibility by enabling access to these services, whilst also increasing its access to these services on mobility platforms. This is continuation of the evolution of e-government to m-government. Harnessing the power of digitalization is not, however, intended to be restricted to government as a significant potential exit to democratize this potential, especially with respect to economic development and job creation. The raw resource of data and application program interfaces serve as a building blocks which entrepreneurs can use to create new applications and hence new solution sets to solve problems and create new solutions. Crowdsourcing, which I've already spoken about, value creation and value share using data and mobility engines are key characteristics of this new dynamic model. One technology that holds promise in this regard is artificial intelligence, with its ability to analyze vast amounts of data, identifying patterns, and make autonomous decisions. AI has the potential to revolutionize virtually every aspect of our lives. In our country, AI-powered solutions are already making waves in fields as diverse as healthcare, education, and transport, etc., from predictive analytics that improve patient outcomes to chatbots that enhance customer services. The applications of AI are virtually limitless. While South Africa has not been isolated from the industrial revolution of past eras, the apartheid government made sure that the majority of our people were deprived of the opportunity to fully experiment in the innovative opportunities these different industries availed in relation to their own individual untapped potential. Technology is a great leveler, ladies and gentlemen, in that it obviates the distinction of gender, race, and geography as it opens up new potentials and opportunities. In November 2022, the Artificial Intelligence Institute of our country was formed, and it has since established 3 applied AI hubs with key stakeholders such as academia, private sector, investors, and civil society. These hubs are actually meant for a number of sectors: automotive, health, education, and so on, for software development, search of solutions in those sectors. A number of solutions are getting actually found as we go on. One time we'll give you a full report as a country. This ANC-led government has also drafted a national AI plan to guide the country on which approach to adopt in leveraging AI for social and economic development of our country. At grassroots levels, cyber labs are being launched in schools across the country to unlock the potential of young minds by giving them access to the tools of the new age in the form of digital skills, coding tools, cloud, AI, and data sets, all of which are accessible via application program interface, which I've already spoken about. The power of the individual cannot be underestimated with the access to these tooling sets. We already see now mobile applications and solutions appearing across the world, resulting in job creation, opportunities, and economic prosperity through monetization, while simultaneously solving problems. There is every expectation that the next super app, which we are working on, could come from enabling the environment being created. It is notable that whilst the focus is service delivery and the positive societal outcomes, the back-end monetization potentials are very, very significant and present much food for thought, as not only can programs be self-funding, but completely new industry, new revenue opportunities exist as we see around the world. The Department of Communication and Digital Technologies is mandated to facilitate the provision of robust, reliable, secure, and affordable ICT infrastructure that support universal access to application and services. Investment in fiber mobile networks and data centers have been continuing at a rapid pace, with penetration and utilization levels growing continuously. Base bandwidth infrastructure has always been known as a critical enabler, but most compelling is the opportunities it creates when data starts to flow, accumulate, morph, and evolve through this nervous system. Application of intelligence, analytics, and automation to this data is what opens up new insight and opportunities to all elements of our society. Matching of these opportunities to our society is required to be done via mobile interfaces. The mountain this time must now come to Mohammed. We have already seen the impact of this mobility alignment with banking on your phone over the last decade. Government on their phone seeks to emulate this model and hence the ease of access of citizens to government. This results in the democratization of government, with outcome being a transparent, engaged, service delivery-oriented government, where the government, the individual citizens, and the collective society actively engage in virtual space. With the virtual space engagement with government, business, society, and the individual is an end in itself if the underlying resource created through the process is an incredible asset, which is data. Data is indeed no longer debatable, new oil, and a major game changer. Current programs seek to firstly make this oil egalitarian. I'm sure we know the meaning of the word. Fair distribution of resources among society. We want to apply this as we make sure that it's inclusive. And then secondly, to use it to solve existing problems and create new opportunities by beneficiating the data through the analytics, automation, and mobility programs. The revenue generation through this process will be a convenient value add, which will allow for solutions sustainably via further investment in technology, innovation, and skills development. As I conclude, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate that the digital economy represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to propel our country forward on the path to prosperity by embracing innovation, harnessing the power of digitization, and leveraging technologies like artificial intelligence. We can build a future that is brighter, more inclusive, and more sustainable for all. Together, let us seize this moment and chart a course toward the digital substructure that works, that leaves no one behind. Thank you for the opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Mr. I must say, Minister, that's the buzzword. It's no longer a buzzword, actually. AI has most of us shaking in our boots in terms of job displacement and what it potentially has in store for us. But I think as a society, as a country, as a humanity, much like when digitization began with the internet, when the internet came on, we were very scared. We need to adapt to the change and move very, very fast because AI is moving at a rapid speed. Today, there was one program. Tomorrow, there's 5 more. In that light, I would like to call upon yet again Minister Mondi Kugumbele for a question and answer session where we are going to talk about the response to critical questions posed by Dr. Wendra Mhoba and Minister Mondi Kugumbele. Can you please give a round of applause for our panel, and then I will call our facilitator after. Mr. Mondi Kugumbele. Kaka, overword. Ubese alandelwa Mr. Steve Mashalane of Mutobo Consulting Mining. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And then we are going to give another round of applause to Mr. Murilo Vieira from MISCI, Minister Chancellor for the Embassy of Brazil in South Africa. And then we are going to call upon Dr. Wendra Mhoba, the chairperson of Pbf and PCF. And while we wait for them to invite, our facilitator will make their way to the stage.
Okay.
Zubol Godimbi. Please a round of applause for him. Mr. Mashalane, can you make your way to the stage? Mr. Steve Mashalane of Mutobo Consulting Mining. He should be in the house.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. We seem to have a bit of a technological mishap, so I'm going to stand here. My name is Zuko Ohimpi. I'm a member of the National Executive Committee of the ANC. And I also work as the Deputy Chairperson of its Economic Transformation Subcommittee. But my suspicion is that I was brought in here today because I am the youngest in the NEC. And the assumption is that I should know a thing or two about digital technologies and their relationship with the economy and what potential digital technology has for what Minister Mondli Pungubele says is our attempt to steer clear of stagnation. But I want to start off by taking something that was said by Minister Togo Didiza and relate it to the discussion that we are going to have now. Minister Didiza made a presentation related to spatial transformation. And she makes the point that spatial transformation is about the use of space and the physical world being located in space. And I want to make the point that one of the major contributions of digital technology in the evolution of the human economy over time has been its capacity to narrow down space and time. So what would historically require someone to board a ship and travel from the Cape of Good Hope to Europe over a series of months can now be done instantly in a matter of seconds over the platform of digital technologies. A banking transaction that would ordinarily include the physical movement of money from one point to another can now be done using the medium of digital technologies. And that process has been at play since about the late 1970s. But because we're discussing the economy, I want to make these few points. I want to say the discussion about industrialization and digital technologies must be animated in this dramatic fashion. I want to make the proposal that what we're experiencing in the world now with the discussion about industrialization and digitization and whether the global economy is going to grow or fall must be understood as what I call the death of Ronald Reagan, not the person himself, but the historical processes that he inaugurated when he was elected President of the United States in 1980. And I make the argument that Ronald Reagan died in 2008 during the global financial crisis. And I then make the secondary point that the discussion about industrialization now is gaining momentum globally in a manner that has not happened in the past 30 years. But that it really began in earnest around the period post-2008 that led to the election of Donald Trump and the discussion about Brexit in the United Kingdom, and the trade war between China and the United States is about industrialization, and that the possible return of Donald Trump to office again at the end of this year has something to do with our understanding of the discussion about industrialization. So dramatically, I say it is the death of Reagan and the birth and rebirth of Donald Trump. Not Donald Trump the person, but the historical processes that are attaching to his emergence into office. And I want us to think about then, what is the fate of industrialization globally, what does technology do in that regard? Here is one thing that I want to raise with Comrade Mondli Pungubele in that regard. One of the major battlefronts now globally in the discussion about industrialization, especially between the United States and China, it is about control over data and information. And information related to the production of technologies that are central to the manufacturing of the goods of the future. And one of the things that we have to think about, at least in our context in South Africa, 30 years after 1994, is the extent to which we are building the capabilities necessary for South Africa's competitive potential in an increasingly hostile global environment, and that hostility being fought over the digital front. And one of the things that you raise is about the spatial transformation of access to technology and the internet through the deployment of digital infrastructure. And you used incidentally an example of my home region, Alfred Nzo, and the work that we are doing in Mount Edith and Costa. And one of the issues that we have to try and think about is South Africa's main industrial threat, which creates the problems that we have, is that since the advent of democracy, we've built jobs, we've built capabilities, but we've not been able to deal with the internal migration problem. And one of the sources of that migration problem is that region we are talking about, which is African. The majority of people who are employed, who are of working age, who are from Alfred Zone, they still have to move to Durban to get employment, they have to move to Johannesburg to get employment. And that's partly because over the last 100 years, or 150 years, with the rise of South Africa's industrial economy, that region and many other issues in the country, Limpopo, rural KZN, to some degree Free State, have not had the benefit of industrial development being located in those areas, and they've become sources of migrant labor. And that also includes being sources of migration in the pursuit of education opportunities as well. I'll use my example as well. I was born in the Eastern Cape, but I barely studied in the Eastern Cape. I studied in KwaZulu-Natal up until matric. Then I went back to the Eastern Cape University, but immediately had to leave for Gauteng for me to get employment. And that deals then with the industrial starvation problem and what it does to this migration pattern. And we can extrapolate that trend and talk about the migration of Africans to the rest of the world in search of opportunities that's also animating this problem. If you go to the Americas, the migration from South America to North America as well is a function of this problem of this uneven distribution of industrial capability so that people can remain where they are. Now, Nativa, I'm learning on you by posing this question. What capabilities are we intending to build using the program that you are talking about of SA Connect in ensuring that the dissemination of information is also relevant to South Africa's industrial ambitions? I'm making this point because it is not sufficient to say we've built technological capabilities, we've deployed internet infrastructure, but we don't pay attention to the software that flows at that level. What is the substance of information that we want to move there? I will make this point, for instance. In South Africa now, if someone wants to have access to public sector funding to build a business, they have to deal with the IDC, they have to deal with the NEF, but none of those have offices in Africa, as an example. So what do we do in making sure that we create these information hubs and make them accessible to people at that level so that they help us to deal with the unemployment problem? The other issue that I want to talk about is the cost of connectivity problem. You spoke about it. South Africa has a data problem because data is expensive, which means even in instances where connectivity is possible, but actual connectivity is hampered by the inability to afford the data that you require to deal with that. And government is intervening at that level. But a larger question stands: what strategic interventions are we thinking about to forge a compact with the private sector as well to improve digital access and connectivity by lowering the cost of connectivity in South Africa as well? Not as an exclusively government initiative, but as a social contract initiative. What is it that government intends to do, at least in the coming period, to get us to that level? The other point is about the artificial intelligence example that you were making.
I've now abandoned my economics hat. I'm wearing my philosophy hat now, because I also have that advantage. When we think about artificial intelligence, we think about it in its positive potential. And I agree with you when you say we've now deployed artificial intelligence in a way that improves our healthcare systems. The downside to it, because artificial intelligence is still being engineered by human beings, is the danger of the algorithm. The risk exists that artificial agents in digital technologies can also be responsible for the peddling of false information. And that false information has risks at multiple levels, including in healthcare. Artificial intelligence is not just a positive phenomenon, it also has the downside. And vigilance has got to be activated on how we manage those upside and downside potentialities of that. I'm not raising it also that you could have a hard and fast answer for it, but I'm raising it as a theme that we've got to think about. What is our strategic orientation to containing the negative aspects of artificial intelligence, just as it has the upside potentiality that it has? And then the program director makes another interesting point, which we've got to grapple with again. And I want the panelists to help, and maybe the dignity from Brazil will have better insights for us as well. It's a bit of a conundrum. We want to embrace technology, we want to embrace digitalization, we want to embrace the ease of doing things, but we also have the third world problem of massive unemployment. The choice between using Checkers 360 to do your groceries and actually going into the store yourself physically to do your groceries has employment implications for a number of people. If you are doing groceries sitting at home on Checkers 360, the only person who's employed is the driver. Because the driver is both the packer and the person who delivers. But if you walk into the shop, the security guard is employed, the teller is employed, and the cleaning lady is employed. Because the general trend of digitization in grocery shopping is such that we might find ourselves in a scenario where we only have warehouses, no longer supermarkets, but warehouses, where then the drivers can come and do them. I'm problematizing this on purpose to then pose the question. What are the strategic initiatives that countries such as Brazil are engaging in to strike a balance between the third world and the development backlog that we have and the embrace of technologies in order to improve the efficiency of our economies, but in a manner that is balanced so that we have the consequence of it being shared prosperity as opposed to just being improved efficiency, but with the downside of that. I'm going to leave the questions there for now so that we can have the conversation. But I'm starting with you. I will follow with the Minister from Brazil. Then I will come with Umkuluwa here, who is representing the innovation side of the equation, so that we have an understanding of how South African business imagines as well the relationship between discussing national tasks for development, but the embrace of technology as well, and the potential downside that it may be. I'm going to sit down, Matima, and then you'll be the first one to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Fako. You are not a merciful facilitator. But anyway, we're already in the battlefield. We've got to soldier on. Maybe let's start with China versus America and the kind of threat it poses to the world. You know, the exciting thing about the digital technology presents no better weapon to survive in that environment than ever before. But what does it say to us as developing countries? Call it the third world if you like. How are we organized to survive in that environment? You know, there's something in the Bible that says, seek ye first the kingdom of God, all other things will follow. The most fundamental thing in this era of digital economy is connectivity and skills development. In the commonest way of language globally, they say it UMC, Universal Meaningful Connectivity. In other words, you know in South Africa we have had rivers that pass poor people, but they've got no access to that water. It's almost similar in our country. We've got almost 79% internet penetration, yet very low percentage of connectivity. Now, the biggest challenge we have is to make sure that our people are usefully connected, securely and affordably, and also are aware of the value that is online. So, what are we doing as a country? I've just said here, SA Connect is focusing in ensuring that this country is connected at the same time in an affordable way. I just said here, 750,000 by the end of March is connected under this model where poor people have got access to a gig for 5 rand to 7 rand. It's a fact. We'll tell you. My team would always say, tell us the geo point that you question. We'll tell you. We'll take you there. We'll demonstrate. As long as people are built under the necessary infrastructure, they've got access in an affordable way. When we launched the project in Kokstad, there's this family I always talk about of 3 children. Very, very poor family. After we've connected 1,600 under something called Mesh Network, in that area, whether children are playing Ukap or whatever they are playing, they are connected. These kids said to me, you know, Minister, we used to travel to that place to actually access library for assignments. You see how poor our family is? We struggle to get money to pay transport and also taking a risk. But once we have launched this project, let's show you our little gadgets, what they are doing for us. We write assignment inside our homes. Going to the library, there was no guarantee that you get every book you want. He said, now we do it at home, you get every book you want. What is the challenge when I say meaningful connectivity? The Presidential Commission on 4R, which was commissioned by the President, which had 8 recommendations and adopted in 2020. One of the key facts in that report is that the digital technology is going to disrupt no less than 75 million jobs. And yet, prop up no less than 130 million digital what you call jobs. All what it says. This technology cannot be a doom and gloom. It is up to the country to make sure that it trains its own people digitally so that the country stays apace. Now, you spoke about internal migration. You used the example of Mount Elif. Mount Elif, I discovered, was about 300 and something kilometers to Bishop. What was exciting there, if you go to Joburg, you find informal settlements. You ask why those people are there. More than 80% or 90% of the reasons they find themselves there, had they been connected, they would be resolved those things 900 kilometers away from Joburg. So this intervention now is making sure that poor people don't travel to wait in order to apply for a job. They can apply. I had a friend of mine now who says, my wife, this morning, he says my wife got interviewed on WhatsApp and got a job yesterday without leaving my home. So those are the practical examples of this. Now, what this technology does, it equalizes, it makes the poorest child to upload his or her innovation and sell it to the world. They don't even know his face because the product is credible, is powerful, where it comes from in the digital technologies of no relevance. So that speaks to internal migration. Quickly, I've already spoken about the cost of data. It's going to be a huge challenge. Already some of the big industries, we are hearing memories that they are reorganizing their pricing, what you call models. Because when a developmental state intervene, you see the difference. Maybe on the AI, pros versus cons. The issue is, we had a summit, for the first summit of its kind, to call all the experts in the country to discuss a draft AI plan in South Africa. This technology, amongst many digital technologies, I was saying in that summit, it's like a child when you ask them to start a 100-meter run. Who runs fast beyond the finishing line? But beyond the finishing line, there are no lanes. This child will not stop running because there are no lanes. But he must live with the consequences of not providing the lanes. So should you stop this child from running at whose expense? No, the challenge is that let's have that policies that ensure that the policy framework does not stop the child from running, but at the same time, make sure that not at the detriment of what we call of society. Lastly, our relationship with the private sector. Last year, 26, 27 September, we had a major summit in East London, looking at how do we help our people make productive use of the digital technology. In other words, skills development. A lot of industries made pledges there that goes to hundreds of millions to be part of this pursuit. So we've established a skills digital forum. That's what we're saying. All I'm saying is that these are few interventions that this country is doing. We just adopted a data policy not a long time ago, which you spoke about, to make sure that we regulate free access of data except to those classified, to the classified information. And also make sure, because this technology has got no boundaries, we also protect our country as we do transboundary access to socio-economic opportunities, but we do it without throwing out the security of the country. Those are the few points I would make.
Yes, definitely. Now, I want us to have some insights about the Brazilian experience. And the reason Brazil is relevant is that not just because they are our partner in the context of BRICS, but because Brazil has actually been grappling with technological modernization much longer than South Africa has. And we used to have a good relationship in the defense sector with Brazil, including the technology that South Africa had developed around the Roy Funk helicopter. Actually, South Africa used to lead Brazil, but Brazil is now ahead of us in the aerospace sector. And that's because they had a head start. They started earlier in the 1980s coming, so they have a bit of an edge on understanding the relationship between modernizing the national economy, embracing technology, but also balancing the development problem. So, Minister, I want you to help us with Brazilian insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. But everybody can hear me? All right. Thank you so very much. Wish to say still good morning to everyone, and it's a great pleasure being here in the presence of our sisters and brothers from South Africa, and I see also some colleagues from the diplomatic environment here also present this morning. It's a great pleasure, and of course, do take into account that my approach is very much based on a horizontal cooperative manner, so there is no teachers and learners. We are all in a horizontal cooperation. I would say before going to tackle the issue that was raised and asked for me to touch upon, very much highlight that we are going through this moment in our bilateral relations, South Africa and Brazil, a very important window of opportunity in relaunching our relations. Do take into account that for the last 11 years, we haven't had the opportunity to hold what we call in the diplomatic vocabulary a high-level bilateral commission between our both countries. The last one was in 2013. And we are going to hold next week, actually, in Brasilia, the 7th bilateral commission between South Africa and Brazil. We will have the honor and privilege of having Minister Thunder heading the delegation of South Africa to Brazil in a very important opportunity for us to take stock of our cooperation and our relations, but not only taking stock of our relations, but also moving ahead, planning on the short, mid, and long-term perspectives, where we want to be in terms of our deepening our relations. And I would say also a very important window of opportunity, not only on a bilateral basis, but also taking good advantage of the convergence of our interactions in several other fora, being it the United Nations system, being it the BRICS forum, as you mentioned, being it the IPSA forum that we managed to relaunch, having the ministerial, very productive and fruitful ministerial meeting in Rio last February, being it, of course, at the level of the G20. Brazil is presiding the G20 at this moment, this year. South Africa is going to preside the G20 next year. We are presiding the BRICS next year. We are also hosting next year the COP30, so touching upon the very key aspect of environmental issues and sustainable development. All key elements for both our countries. And of course, under the priority thematics that President Lula established for Brazilian presidency of the G20 this year, namely combating poverty, food security, and of course the sustainable development and the issue of the reform of the international governance. And by sustainable development, I would mention that would be the avenue through which I would like to, if not giving concrete and complete answers to the questions that were raised, but mainly to highlight and as a food for thought and sharing Brazilian experience, but mainly based on the fact that being called third world countries or developing countries, or the latest vocabulary that has been used as global south, emerging economies such as South Africa and Brazil, we do have very much challenges, common challenges. On the one hand, we are industrialized economies, very diversified economies. On the other hand, we still have a great percentage of our population, of our brothers and sisters, to be inserted, fully inserted, not only in the economy, but in the democratic citizenship, taking into account not only civil and political rights, but also economic, social, and cultural rights. The very issue of racism, the very issue of gender balance, which is a key element, and among our key priorities as well. So we do have an avenue of opportunities, also based on our common challenges. I would very much raise, I would say, 5 aspects, 5 key priorities that Brazil has been focusing on to tackle these challenges that you mentioned. Also when it comes to technology and artificial intelligence. I would say number 1 is education and capacity building. And through education, it also touches upon the issue that you mentioned with your philosophical hat, as you mentioned, the issue of media information literacy. All our countries are facing, and Brazil has been facing in the last, I would say, decade, an increasing problem when it comes to, and of course, the wording is a key element as well. And of course the conceptual aspect of disinformation is a key one. By not calling it fake news, because it's not news, it's disinformation, and it's a premeditated strategy to touch upon our societies, which is something that was came very much to our attention during the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, that disinformation had a concrete impact on the ground. People refusing to be vaccinated, people going against the sanitary aspects to combat COVID-19. So that was a concrete aspect of disinformation that, of course, touches upon several countries of ours when it comes to the political environment. In the last elections in 2022, for instance, the judiciary focused on the election period had a very firm hand, together with the big techs, which are installed in Brazil, in combating disinformation. But we are still facing this problem. It's an open debate how to strike this balance between freedom of expression and the full guarantee of the rule of law on the internet world. Of course, very much based on the principle that what is crime offline must be crime online. But it's still a challenge, also because a great deal of the big techs, they do not have their head offices in Brazil. And so then comes the challenge, how to reinforce, how to enforce the law, the rule of law in the country. And therefore, media information literacy is a key element, not only to combating disinformation, but also to guarantee the development of national technology within the youth. Somebody asked me some days ago, a South African friend made this joke saying, "Are you a BC guy?" And of course, what came to my mind was before Christ. But then the person said, no, before computer. And of course, I'm 50 years old, so I'm a BC guy, who had to adapt very fast to the new technologies, and new technologies that are moving forward as rapidly as in a way that we cannot be at the forefront all the time. But it's still, so there is a generational aspect. But I would say by education and capacity building, also focusing on the possibilities of Brazil to develop our own technologies. Be aware that we are, for instance, I would say still today, we are number 5 in the world in terms of mobile phones market as a consumption market. Of course, we are still much far away from the capacity of production of mobile phones. So we must have this effort to fill in this gap between our potential market and our capacity of production. So by education and technology and capacity building, I would also highlight the issue of innovation, and of course the startup world is a key element. And again, we are also planning on doing a great deal of cooperation with South Africa still this year to bring together the youth and bring together the AC generation, so to speak, in focusing on this aspect. The second aspect is, of course, the technological focus. Be aware that we have in Brazil our agribusiness, from the large-scale agribusiness to our focus on the family-based agriculture that we also focus on. There is a great deal and increasing deployment of technology. And of course, there is a positive spillover when we focus on technology in terms of agribusiness in the large scale level, and also at the family-based level, in the sense that it also tackles the issue of youth, women vulnerability, and the food security. The third aspect is, of course, the focus, as I mentioned, on more vulnerable aspects of Brazilian society. I would say youth and women as key elements. And number 4, combating inequalities. So the issue, the issue, and again, I would like to highlight the challenge of food security, still even in the country. President Lula has been mentioning this, that it's really impressive that in a country like Brazil, that we are number 1 producers and exporters of protein, we still have a large number of our population under food insecurity. Be aware that we reached it through the economic crisis in Brazil, and also as a result of the pandemic. We reached the unfortunate figure of 50% of the Brazilian population under food insecurity. So we're talking about an amount of total population of Brazil of 217 million people. So we reached the unfortunate situation of having 50% of our population under food insecurity. Of course, through the combating of inequality and the economic growth that we have been undertaking in the last 1 year and a half, already only with the economic growth we could guarantee the reduction of the food insecurity and the inclusion of, by the inclusion of around 20 million Brazilians in the food security level, only by the improvement of the economy, only by through the economic growth. So already by the mere economic growth process, we could already include a great deal of people into the food security guarantee. And I would say the 5th element is diversification. And not only when it comes to agriculture, so diversifying from large-scale agribusiness to the focus of local family farming, but also, of course, as you mentioned, diversification of the economy. We go from protein production to soybean production and exportation to one of the best aircraft companies in the world, Embraer, which we are also undertaking a great deal of positive dialogue with South Africa in cooperating in transferring technology and joint production, not only South Africa buying Brazilian high technology products. And therefore, I would say in the diversification aspect, with a very strong focus on the technological aspect of this diversification, I would also highlight our challenge, which is a common challenge, to guarantee a better balance in our relations when it comes to financial and also technological investment, when it comes to exportation. And then one thing that came to my mind, also in terms of visibility of the cooperation that Brazil and South Africa has. Before arriving, it's been only 2 months that I've arrived in South Africa, I was amazed that, for instance, in Brazil, the #1 application for food consumption in the country through the internet, which is called iFood, belongs to South African capital. The #1 application. At the same time, which is something very nice. At the same time, the main area of São Paulo Airport, the international area of São Paulo Airport, which is the busiest airport, not only in Brazil, but I would say in Latin America, and now it's the hub between São Paulo and Joburg, that we have direct 7 flights a week, which were reestablished last year. The main international area of the airport is operated by the South African company. So there is, on the one hand, we have to bring greater visibility to what we have done already, and of course there's an avenue of opportunities for us to develop. On the other hand, in terms of positive surprises, I would highlight, I will never know by drinking SAB beer that I was drinking beer that also goes with the partnership and under-investment of a Brazilian company in Pbf, with a very important investment of over $80 billion in the country. So there is a great potential for us to move forward and to highlight to improve our cooperation, to bring greater visibility to what we have already, and of course to improve and do more and better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think your parting shot is then an interesting entry point for us, because you say one of the biggest food platforms in Brazil is a South African company called iFood. I don't even think we know that company, most of us here. So it's an interesting thing because it answers two questions at the same time. It means South Africa does have the capabilities to produce competitive technologies, one. And South African business, therefore, does take up the initiative to compete globally. Now, I want us to then think about whether or not South African business is doing enough in South Africa now to improve our domestic access to technology here. As I was raising the question about the cost of data, but we must then think about if there's an iFood in Brazil, what other innovation are we looking for that exists in South Africa? That's the first one. The second one, the minister makes another interesting point that Brazil is a huge exporter of protein, but there's still a hunger problem in Brazil. So which means we have a problem in developing countries where the private sector can develop domestic sectors, but develops them for export markets only, to the extent that even the pricing, you know this thing called tourism pricing. You can live in a small town, there are tourism facilities, but the locals can't go to those BNBs because they are priced in US dollars or in euros because the market is someone else. And then if a protein sector is designed such that it only fits the global market, it then creates a disconnect this side. And South Africa has its own complexities at that level. We are very good in minerals exports, but South Africa has a massive deficit in industrial processing. It has a massive deficit in industrial technologies as well. I mean, if you think about the combustion engine is now being phased out in cars across the world, and it relies heavily on platinum. But South Africa has not been a leader in the development of catalytic converters throughout time. And that speaks to the involvement of the private sector in the development of capabilities. So, Kulo, I want you to then help us with that insight. What is the strategic thinking in the South African business community? What do we do about improving South Africa's technological capabilities, but in a manner that improves prosperity for all and builds capacity in the economy?
Thank you very much, Facilitator. And I'm really excited about this particular question. And I'm going to relate that question to the 30 years of freedom and development that has been ushered in our country. And I know that most of us take it for granted. Whilst we have got challenges that we all know, but we take it for granted the massive developments and the massive improvement of the lives of our people that has happened over this 30 years, with all the challenges that are at our disposal. I would like to say very clearly, South Africa has got very comparative sectors, economic sectors. We have got three main ones. In South Africa, we all know agriculture. We have got massive development in terms of agriculture. Therefore, that is why we have a small bit of food security challenges, but our agricultural sector is one of the highly developed ones. The second sector in South Africa, where we have got competitive advantages, mining, as we have, the facilitator has articulated it before. That is our other competitive advantage. And of course, we have got competitive advantage in tourism. Our tourism sector, it's one of the highest earners of our foreign exchange currencies. But I would like to say that over the 30 years that has happened, that we have witnessed in the country, the issue of value add has been the biggest challenge. And I'm saying that it has been a big challenge against the backdrop of the challenges, the economic challenges that our country has. We've got big challenges in terms of unemployment. We've got big challenges in terms of poverty. We've got big challenges in terms of inequality. These are the main challenges that we have. But if you look into the development of these sectors, if we could be able to move on in terms of these sectors, for example, one of the reasons why our agricultural sector, for example, is not that much developed is simply because we have not given an impetus, an impact assessment of value add in agriculture, for example. It therefore puts upon the issue of industrialization that the facilitator is talking about. Industrialization just means value add. The whole value add. We produce oranges, we produce all these other products. We produce in mining, for example, raw materials and everything else. Everything else, we then export it in the raw state immediately. But we forget because we have got a challenge of unemployment. Industrialization is the biggest creator of employment. Very simple. A very simple one. Industrialization. Now, even the facilitator has posed this question. Why is it that in South Africa we have got such competitive advantage in terms of these sectors, but we are not able to add value into them? Which means we are deliberately not being able to create employment. That's all. Because what we do in terms of primary agriculture, you produce oranges, tomatoes, whatever, all these products that are needed, for example, worldwide, but also in terms of our own country. But you need to add value to them. When you add value to them, then you are touching on the issue of industrialization. You see? And industrialization, for those of you, just in terms of basic economics, for every 1 million rand invested in agriculture, in industrial development, any industrial, you have got more or less 22 people that you can employ. In agriculture, for example, primary agriculture, you can employ about 85 people for every 1 million that you invest in. So in order to deal with the challenges that we have, for example, the simple thing is to develop your primary sectors, but in addition to that, you also develop the industrial side so that you could be able to add value onto your own products. And then when you add value onto your own products, then you are able to take them, export them, do everything else. The program director has spoken about the catalysts, the converters, catalyst converters. That is a product of industrialization. You add value into those primary products. The minister there has talked about the skills development. In addition to the primary sectors, for example, as well as industrialization, you then need to develop your skills development institution. You need to establish that actually, in actual fact. That is an employment creation. So you have got employment creation along the value chain of your sectors. And that is what goes on into government, for example. But other people, and yourself, you have asked this question many times in terms of what is it that we do with the raw materials that we produce. Yes, we do industrialization. South Africa is the biggest, country with industrialization. Our industrialization is second to none in Africa. We're number one, and then followed by others. And Nigeria, for example, is about number 3 or 4. But because we are not streamlined in terms of, but motivates, what incentivizes industrialization of any country? Industrialization of any country is done through industrial supply side incentives. All countries in the whole world, all countries, America, Singapore, all the world. The reason why they have got competitive advantage in terms of industrialization, in terms of having industries, but you're not only having industries for the sake of having industries. You've got industries because industries employ the number of people per 1 million rand investment. So that is, you are also creating employment, but you can only improve your industrialization by, unfortunately, having industrial incentives. So that's why in South Africa, for example, we have the Collect Industrial Incentive Scheme, is to stimulate industrial development in our country. So that is a very important opportunity that is in there. We still need to do more in terms of that. We cannot have a situation, for example, where we are talking about skills development that the minister articulated and the TG earlier on articulated. The skills development that we need starts with education. So our education system as well, it cannot be that when you have got a competitive advantage in South Africa, being agriculture, being mining, you do not have your children at primary level being taught agriculture. Just being taught agriculture, from primary level, we need to be able to incentivize our children, to channel them towards understanding that we have got agriculture as an advantage. The agricultural sector is an advantage. That is why in the past, we don't want to talk about it, in the past, there used to be agricultural schools all over the country. Why? Because we have got that as an advantage, as an added advantage. I'm trying to answer on the question of looking into our technological development directly linked to our sectors, to the competitive sectors. Because at the end of the day, those are the ones that are able to put better life to our people in the forefront of our developmental stage. In essence, that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Now, Gigi, the emerging themes here is that South Africa, in the past 3 years, we've done significantly. There are great strides that have been made in the past 30 years, and government is still engaged in impressive work, including with the SA Connect program that Minister Mungweni is leading. And Steve is making the important point that we have 3 major sectors that could be at the backbone of our reindustrialization strategy: agriculture, mining, and of course tourism, being the end of foreign currency. In fact, on a different day, what he is raising about tourism as being a major earner of foreign currency can help answer the question of what do we do when we're domesticating South African raw minerals. What do we do about the deficit of foreign currency? Then tourism can sort of balance it out and we can go. I want to take, because we need to have people on the floor giving us their own impressions about what they want. But I want to teach this reflection on, from what Steve is saying and what the Brazilian diplomat is telling us about South Africa's capabilities and the shared problems that the developing world is having. From the vantage point of the ANC, marching forward now, beyond this 30 years, in the next 30 years, what is the strategic thinking about this industrialization and the embrace of technology as a driver of this industrialization? Put it closer. Okay.
Thank you very much for the question. I think today I was really mandated by the organizers to throw the questions to our partners so that we can hear their perspectives. But most definitely from the manifesto and also previous resolutions of the ANC. Yes, the primary value adding, the primary sectors, very key. Mining, very, very important. We really need to put our heads together, and I really want to support what our fellow panelists here says, that the issue of skills development is key. I was privileged to be associated with the Tshwane University of Technology, and we actually approached the Sekhukhune district development model partners to open a school of technology relevant to the mining sector there, so that we develop local skills, because they are a mining endowed, heavily mining endowed or minerals endowed district. So that's very key to align the skills development capacitation. I think the Minister from Brazil also did that with the economic priorities. So we need to fast track that and strengthen that, and even align NSFAS programs with the economic strategic development and endowment frameworks. In addition to the issue of tourism, I will not go into that. There is also the creative industry that we will talk about, which is also a bedrock of tourism, amongst others. I want to also focus on what the manifesto talks about, which really leverages the whole concept of network industries. One of them we've dealt with it as connectivity, but the others, it's the logistics that is supporting an economy that is sustainable. Issues of rail, I refer to the fact that we are at least intervening there. The issue of energy, which is also very key there, and issues of water, as well, infrastructure, roads, network. And we are really encouraged that as PRASA, for instance, and the commuter rail system is revitalized. We also are investing in manufacturing in one of our municipalities here in Ekurhuleni that was mentioned. It's also focused on manufacturing some of the rail systems that we are also focusing on now and improving. And I think the Minister of Transport has really focused on how the industrialization agenda is enabling the rail and transport network to improve. I must say that I'm encouraged that there is greater recognition of those countries that buy our raw minerals, that they must invest in beneficiating at source. And that's one of will not only create jobs, but will also have an opportunity to modernize our economy. If you look at the critical elements for clean energy, we export most of them, and yet we have an advanced motor industry that we can begin to be a leader. Not only South Africa, but the African continent in particular has a lot of these critical elements for cleaner energy. We can actually be competitive globally and contribute to that. I'm really excited that we are strengthening our relationship with Brazil, amongst others, and strengthening the BRICS platform and other multilateral platforms for mutual benefit, and really embrace the fact that we last year indeed instituted the direct flights to Brazil, and we can actually learn together. We had a privilege as the officials of the ANC to meet with President Lula during the BRICS summit, and there were insights that we learned from how to strengthen the democracy. And I'm glad that Minister did reflect on that. It is important to acknowledge that what we have, the progress we have, we need to defend it lest we regress. And that's also a lesson that he shared with us together with the other delegations that he had with him. But I look forward to the interaction, engagement, dialogue, not only today. You can also communicate with us online, but this is what we need to do to build our country together.
Thank you very much, TG. Sis Kubo, Sis Lezandi.
I will take a few from the floor.
I think we're going to take a few questions from the floor. Can I have a roving mic? Can I have a roving mic? Thank you.
Thank you. And greetings to everyone present, TG, and all your guests. Mine is around 3 questions. Comrade Zuku, the Youth League has resolved in its conference that we are requesting actually that 30% of the mineral resources remain here in the country, and then 30% for export purposes and 70% remains in the country for the purposes of industrialization, for the same purpose that we are discussing here today, that we are exporting more than we are using, we are remaining with here for industrialization. I wanted to check, we have done our own research, and we have captured the the attention of the President on this matter. What is your take on this matter of having export quotas to manage industrialization and the resources that we are exporting? Secondly, there is reports that says, TG, that 80% of our food that we produce here in the country is actually taken out of the country. And what we are remaining with here is 20% for consumption purposes for the citizens of the country. And we also have reports that we are getting some of the food from outside the country that is used for consumption purposes here in the country. My question is, how do we then guarantee the quality of the food that we are remaining with and the one that we are getting from outside the country? At some point, we had reports of some of the chicken that was imported from one country that was 80% 20% chicken, but the quality of the chicken was not of the standard that is suitable for consumption. What is it that we export? Are we exporting quality and remaining with crumbs for the country? The last one is the relationship teaching. The relationship between the developmental agenda of the country and the business sector in this country. Does our business sector understand our developmental agenda? Are they aligned and alive to the agenda that we are pushing, to the extent that we might have South African business operating in Brazil that we are not aware of, or we are not alive to in the country? We do not touch the sense of their work here in the country, but their contribution can be felt outside the country. What is it that that business sector is doing to assist the development of South Africa? Or do we really need to regulate the business people that are operating here inside and outside our country? Thank you.
Should I take all three questions
Yes.
so that you can?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the panel, Comrade Zuko. My name is Ramutwala, and Dr. Ramutwala, I was very much interested, and I honestly enjoyed the discussion on the need to reindustrialize. But I'm just worried because I've attended a lot of colloquiums, a lot of talks where people are speaking about agro-processing, the fact that we must beneficiate our minerals. But there's something that I've not heard, and this is what I'm really grappling with. And I'm hoping that maybe you can assist me with this. You know, as a medical profession, one of the things that we are taught is that before you can treat a patient, you must first come up with an appropriate diagnosis by looking at what are the special investigations that will lead you to that diagnosis. What are the special investigations that you must do? So I'm quite baffled you mentioned something very interesting that I think Comrade Steve, one of the panelists, that South Africa is generally well developed in agriculture. We have I come from Zanin, for example. When I drive, there's so many orange trees, so many that you can drive for 30 to 45 minutes, but you don't even see one factory that is producing orange juice. I'm telling you, so you become surprised. And then when I drive home now, when I drive to my village, I see so many trees, those bilgom trees, those big trees that they will even tell you that these are the trees that we use to make toothpicks. But I attended one meeting where we were told that South Africa imports, we are one of the biggest importers of toothpick from China. But we have the trees there to make toothpick. Why are we not using those trees there that I'm seeing every day? Because, and then I asked myself, but this is a very simple thing. Why are people not, using these things that we are seeing on a daily basis to create employment? As Steve said, and I think even Comrade Zuko said it, that one of the leading things that can help us to defeat unemployment is industrialization. That is what we have taught over time. But why is it that we're not doing these things? Has anyone ever looked into it? Because I think everyone is always saying, let's do, but someone has never asked, why are we not?
I'm going to take one last question because we're pressed for time.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Grant Ricks, and I run a managed care organization. And what amazes me is why the focus on beneficiation when in fact our leading employment sector is the services sector. Britain generates £12 billion of foreign exchange from foreign students studying in their universities. We have the top-rated universities in Africa and amongst the top in the world. And yet we don't leverage off that tremendous asset because somehow services don't enter the picture. £12 billion is 250 billion rand, just by the way. Our healthcare, our private sector, is amongst the most competitive sectors in the world and is much more competitive than all the sectors you've mentioned. We can deliver the cheapest, highest quality hip and knee replacements in the world. We are cheaper than India and a better quality than England or even America. We have tremendous capacity. What stops us getting the 4,000 joints, and that, by the way, is R1 billion worth of joints done in India every year, is the visas that go from Africa to India, are the visas and the cost of air flights. That is where we need support, and we don't need anything else, and it will happen. Thank you.
Okay, because we are pressed for time, I am going to ask that Minister Gungubele and TG answer the questions.
The TG, this thing is gone. Somebody.
Can we have Minister Gungubele's mic on, please?
They have muted me. Okay, thank you. I would take an approach that TG is better placed to answer all these other technical questions. What I'm going to deal with is two issues. Probably industrialization from digital economy perspective. I think in my speech, if people would have listened, I spoke of the models of industrialization that are holding us back. Very old models. If people go and read the Presidential Commission for IR, one of his recommendations is in the industrialization and incentives. On the incentives, it speaks about three things if you want to industrialize, to be competitive. It speaks about technology, labor. Industrialization is technology, labor, and incentives. Labor, naturally, in the modern era, it speaks about digital skills. Technology, digital technology. On incentive is to incentivize the industry in South Africa to to invest in the 4IR technologies, because keeping on investing in the old technologies, we produce unproductive, low product or low expensive products, low quality, which renders us uncompetitive. We've spoken this a number of times that one of the reasons we had an AI a few weeks ago is because countries are moving fast to actually AI their industries. And that actually gives them advantage in terms of their products and services against us. We agreed in that summit that we need to move fast as a country because our products and services stand the risk of being wiped out from the platform. Now, my colleagues, one of the weaknesses I have facilitated is always not greeting the honorable colleagues. So maybe that was one point I wanted to make on industrialization, but quickly, I want to reinforce the point my colleagues from Brazil stated that our inability to identify our own capabilities. Just to use one example to close, I'm being intimidated already. That Professor Marala, we had a session with other professors on AI. He says, in the current era of development, there are two fundamental issues. He says data and computational capacity. Computational capacity is the ability to extract useful insights from the data at your disposal in a bigger scale. He said there are also complex solutions where they were looking for computational capacity from all over the world and only to discover that it's here at the CSIR. So the reason we had that summit is towards establishing an advisory council that helps us audit the capabilities of the country and optimize them. Let then all other complex issues of food and other issues be left to the teaching. And the teaching is about.
Hello. I think we know that to be competitive, you need to understand your advantages and also leverage the advantages that others have. You can't do it by yourself. And that's why there is the whole concept of economic diplomacy. How do you work together globally to unlock your own competitive advantages and also work together to have to ensure mutual benefit economically. So it is important that South Africans also remember that we are not an island. So we also know that if we look at our market as size as the African market, we become even much more competitive than if we isolate ourselves from the African, and thus the instruments of the African Free Trade Agreement to indeed deal with the issues of visas, to have ease the access to the African market, but also to collaborate, to consolidate our capacity as the African region. I think it's also important, and I want to acknowledge the fact that the services sector in South Africa is one of the strongest sectors. We have a mixed economy, and we also have, I know about 10, 20 years ago, we were characterizing the primary sectors as sunset industries, agriculture, mining, and we really ramped up the services sector. But we can now appreciate that the services sectors, yes, create jobs, but not create adequate wealth for it to be shared by all. So, and that's why we need to look at a mixed approach of identifying industries that can contribute significantly to both at the district level, the local subnational level, but also at the national level. If you look at even the UN in terms of the advice that can help us as a world to move towards more of an egalitarian society that the minister talked about, is to also look at the economic competitive advantages that each of the subnational areas have, so that you don't only aggregate at the national level and miss out on the advantages that the local economies can use for themselves, but also to contribute to the nation. And the district development model is designed to do exactly that. The approach of economic development zones, for instance, we look at competitive advantages of different regions in our country. The last thing that I would like to contribute towards is that we do have, maybe last one, we do have very strong regulatory frameworks to look at the quality of the food, for instance, both locally supplied and also imported. That's one of the capacities that South Africa has. And we also are part of the global agriculture regulatory system, which is really tight. And that's why when there is an outbreak of one disease or the other, we need to, we even close those trade to protect humanity in different countries as well. So agriculture is one of the highly regulated industries globally and also locally as well. But obviously we need to continuously engage the sector, the organized sector, to ensure that they will protect also the competitive advantages without undermining the need to trade fairly globally. I want to really agree on the health sector. There are two doctors, also doctor, I guess, or in the health sector. That, you know, the health sector, which we will focus on later on today, is one competitive advantage that South Africa has. We export doctors and other health professionals, including nurses. If you go, for instance, to Canada, when I was MEC for Health, we had dinners with a huge community of medical doctors from South Africa. Same as Australia, nurses in now the Arab countries, as well as in Britain itself. So we do have a competitive advantage in that area. However, our health tourism sector is not coherent, it's not cohesive, we don't work together. We work competitively and in silos, and that is why our costs are not as competitive as other countries. For instance, India. I was in one of our African countries, and I asked the president, how can we strengthen our relationship between their country and our country? And he said he's tired of his citizens going all over the world, whereas South Africa has got good infrastructure in terms of health, and does not understand why South Africa is not positioning itself to assist, especially in the African continent. So those are the areas that government alone can resolve. And we would like these platforms so that then identify the must-dos together, the complex that the President called for. These platforms are there to really consolidate so that we go out together as South Africa, we receive investors as South Africa, and we become much more efficient and much more impactful. The ICT in South Africa is one of the countries that already, even in the public sector, as part of the preparations to energize, that is already using AI. In Botoba, rural hospital, there was a first robotic surgery of a knee. But we need to then be able to say, as we prepare for the universal health coverage, how do we ensure that industry is positioning itself to supply goods, services to the universal health system, and in addition, ensure that we use our competitive advantage to benefit universal health coverage globally. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all our panelists. It was an insightful discussion. We've run out of time now. We have to move on to the next item. So I will ask you, Susanna, to get back up. Thank you very much.
Just one word, one or two words about the issues that were mentioned, and very much to second what our previous speakers highlighted, and very much in line. I would say both on investment and on the issue of sustainable development. I think that the main word is diversification. Diversification of partners. I think that as much as we can deepen our interdependency among emerging, developing global South countries, the better we will be able to face our challenges. And once again, there is no contradiction between, and for sure the position is not agriculture versus industry versus services. All of these three aspects in complex economies as South Africa and Brazil, they're all intertwined. And just to give you an example about what we call the agro industry. When it comes to a developed agricultural and agribusiness economy, the positive spillover, almost immediately, is exactly the production of machinery, the industry related to that area of economy. And then on the issue, last but not least, the example of chicken exportation, for instance. We are right now exporting a great deal of chicken to South Africa for the South African food industry. So in this sense, bringing more interdependence. And of course, it may be today that we are more efficient when it comes to pottery, but South Africa may be more efficient in about 10 or 20 years. And you may be more efficient now when it comes to the food industry on the ground, and it may be vice versa later on. And again, the interdependency, I think, is the key element through which we could move forward and gain more terrain in our development for our society. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you once again to our panelists and our facilitator. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a very quick comfort break, 5 minutes only. We're pressed for time. When we come back, we are going to get into artificial intelligence and how it is affecting the creative industry. Please may we move to the hall, 5 minutes only, and then after 5 minutes we come back.
Can somebody undo?
continue with the proceedings. Okay, so I hope that comfort break was good enough and that everybody else is loosened up. We are continuing with the program. And to kick off the second session, the second bit of the day, I am going to call upon Ms. Thandi Muraga, who is the head of NEC Subcommittee on Artificial Intelligence, one of my favorite subjects, because this is a space that we are going into. No, we are not going into it. We are at it. And if we are not aware, then this is a big problem. Artificial intelligence is here, and it is moving without our consent, ultimately. So ladies and gentlemen, please put together your hands for Head of NEC Subcommittee on Artificial Intelligence, Ms. Thandi Muraga.
Thank you very much, our facilitator, Ms. Zadwisile. I am Thandi Muraga, the NEC member of the African National Congress as duly elected in the 55th National Congress, given the responsibility to chair the subcommittee on arts and culture, not artificial intelligence. I thought I should put that on record so that I don't get to be misinterpreted. Let me take this opportunity and send our revolutionary greetings to the Treasurer General, Dr. Gwen Ramkuba, together with her team that is leading Pbf on our behalf, our leadership of the leads that are here. I've seen the DSG of the Youth League, she's here, and all the NEC members of the ANC Youth League that has produced some of us. NEC members of the ANC, earlier on I've seen Comrade Monty Ngububele, I've also seen Comrade Zugo Kodimbi, and also I've seen Comrade Obed Babela. Comrades, we want to convey our revolutionary greetings to all of them. Let me safely say, facilitator, let me stand on the protocols that have already been established, because I don't have to call people and acknowledge them individually. As the ANC NEC Subcommittee on Arts and Culture, we have been at the center of developing the manifesto inputs that must then come and make sure that issues of the creative industry find expression for the first time in the manifesto of the African National Congress. But before that, we need to really appreciate the wisdom of the delegates that have gathered together in the 55th National Congress of the African National Congress, where they had fought side by side and said that it's high time that the ANC NEC must then start to establish a subcommittee that is precisely going to be looking into the issues of arts and culture. And I think for that we want to salute the delegates of that conference, because if it wasn't of their wisdom and their resilience, we wouldn't be having this subcommittee that I'm given the responsibility to chair, as young as I am. We are in our electioneering mode, and I want to urge all of you to go and have a look at our manifesto inputs. We have made it a point that the creative industry issues are at the center stage of our manifesto inputs that we have submitted, and you have heard even the President, when he was delivering the manifesto, in KZN, Moses Mabida, he was really highlighting all those issues, the plans of the African National Congress on how we are going to grow the sector together. We are going to invest a lot of resources in the growth of this industry, which is the creatives, because all of you know that the creatives have always been at the center of our revolution as a country. You would recall in the early 80s, the creative industry sector has been at the forefront of the revolution through their toys, and it then moved from toy to jazz. From that jazz, then it moved to the poster makings, where it also led to workers' theaters and also oral poetries being done by our people who are in the sector. And I think it's high time, as members of the African National Congress, we really need to appreciate the role of Abo Umama, Miriam Makeba, Abo Utata, Yuma Sikela, and Abo Jonas Gwangwas, Abo Hostix Mabuza, who have been at the forefront of revolutionizing our people through their music, and really let's give them a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, under the Department of Arts and Culture that reports to me as the chair of the subcommittee, we have then requested our employees in government to institute an organization that we call a South African Cultural Observatory. This is a research institute that looks at the economic impact of the creative industry into the economy of this country. And that research institute had revealed to us that the creative industry sector alone contributes almost 3 to 4% to our country's GDP. I thought we would clap hands for that. This is the same contribution that the sector is making at the same wavelength with your tourism industry, your agriculture industry. And when it comes to issues of allocating resources for the development and the growth of the sector, I think as the ANC at the level of government we are found wanting. It's high time that we need to change that mindset when it comes to the sector, because if it can contribute to the same wavelength with agriculture, why can't you fund it in the same way you are funding agriculture? When it comes to arts and culture, you are saying, by the way, we have arts and culture, let then take the grants that are left within our public purse and see how best we can fund the development of the sector. So gone are the days wherein we need to take this sector as a by-the-way sector. We need to start appreciating it and also appreciate its economic impact in the economy of our country. I'm reporting to all of you here in this colloquium after we have had a very fruitful engagement with our people who are in the sector some few weeks ago, where they were calling on the president not to sign into law the current copyright amendment bill into law, because it is really going to disadvantage our people who are in the sector. And we are really hard on course in trying to sensitize our leadership. I thought the TG would be here so that I also send the same message that the sector have sent to the president to say the bill in its current form is really going to disadvantage our people who are in the sector. We need to really return it back to Parliament and allow for thorough consultation processes to take place with the sector so that all their creative arts work, it then benefits them as individuals economically. Gone are the days where we must have our artists dying as poor as we are always observing. That should be a thing of the past. I'm told we must try our level best to be brief. You can see I'm very tall. I'm going to try to align myself with the request of our moderator for today, because, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot to say in terms of what are the issues that are affecting the sector, how can we utilize ANC policies to grow the sector together, and having said that, I want to urge all of you, ladies and gentlemen who are here to say, take time out of your hectic schedules and make it a way that you go through our manifesto inputs that are captured and outlined by the President of our country, President Cyril Ramaphosa, when we were launching the manifesto, to say, really your issues are going to be dealt with. There will be that dedicated team of men and women that report to me, politically and to the House, who are going to be really attending to the issues as raised by the sector. Having said that, I want to urge all of you to say that let us carry the message of the African National Congress, which is unity, renewal, and the development of the creative industry sector as a whole. I want to thank you.
I hope the panelists are ready. Thank you so much. We really appreciate Ms. Tandi Moraga. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next item, I'd like to call upon the moderator for the next session, which is going to be speaking about artificial intelligence within the entertainment and arts industry as a whole. Ms. Annabelle Ladete, can you please come on stage? Please can you give Ms. Annabelle Ladete a big round of applause. She is going to have the responsibilities of navigating us through the panel that is going to be sitting here. And calling on the panel, I would like to call upon Dr. Glinam Sope to come on stage as our first panelist, followed by Dr. Kitsitole. Another round of applause, please. Followed by Mr. Hosfix Mabuza. Followed by Debuho Malobe.
It's Mabuse, correct.
Mabuse. The Hosfix Mabuse. I was actually supposed to be part of this panel, but here I am now, and I'm looking forward to the engagement that we're going to be talking about how artificial intelligence is actually affecting our careers and the ultimate repercussions it's going to have, because it is going to have repercussions without a doubt. So, Annabelle, please take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, colleagues. Good afternoon. And I choose to believe that everybody in this room is an ardent supporter, advocate, lover of everything that is South African, everything that is music, that is visual arts, that is theatre, that is storytelling, that is filmmaking, because literally that, I think, just gives creativity and shines a particular spotlight on our creators. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I think before I go into our session, which is really speaking about the impact of artificial intelligence on the creative industries, I want to set the tone by reading out from a report that was recently released by an international federation that represents record companies. so that as the panel delves into the issues of the impact of AI, we really have a deepened understanding of what the sectors mean and what these sectors do broadly. So in 2023, the IFPI, which represents about 8,000 record labels globally, recorded that there was an increase in about 10.2% in revenues just from recordings, just from recorded music, right? And of that, so it notes that obviously this translates to 28.6 billion rands in 2023. But what's interesting is that it notes the contribution of the South African record labels, South African recorded music to that particular global stat. And 77% from sub-Saharan Africa is the contribution that South Africa alone makes to this achievement of 28.6 billion rand. So already we can get an appreciation of the importance of recorded music, not only nationally, but internationally. And I do want to ask our members to engage, firstly by painting the picture. Before we understand the impact of artificial intelligence, let's at the base level understand what the creative industries are about, so that our panel can also help our audience members to understand what that is. Maybe let me start with you, Debza, as a young filmmaker who's been involved specifically in directing amazing works. If the audience needs to know, Debza is the producer, director of Spirit that was done by Questa. He's also been the director behind Queen Sono, which was the first African series on Netflix. He's also just recently been part of Outlaws, which is on Showmax, that really traces the lives around mining towns and the dynamics between Sutu and Xhosas, right? So maybe let's yes. So I think let's take that step back. Let's understand what we talk about when we talk about creativity and storytelling and filmmaking specifically as a space that you currently occupy.
All right. Dumela.
Yes.
So, to Mama TG, ministers, deputy ministers, and our colleagues, thank you for the opportunity. It doesn't come often to some of us to be on this platform and talk about this industry that we love so much. And I think half the time, because we love it so much, certain things fall through the cracks. Because we're just sort of interested in making the work and never do this. So I really appreciate it for the opportunity. I'm going to be brief. Before we came in, we had a little powwow, and I couldn't speak because I'm sitting in the presence of greatness. Yeah, I couldn't even say a word. And so I just want to say, before I go forward, I think a lot of the work that we do, you mentioned Queen Song, Outlaws, there's a lot. It's Lead Song, I was one of the early teams on Shaka. I've done a lot. But everything that I've done, I could have never done it if it wasn't on the shoulders of everybody that's sitting here. And I think it's important, yes, because there's this sort of transition between who have come before us and who's going ahead. And I feel very privileged to sit here next to my elders. For me as a storyteller, there's three things about this creative space. I think there's of course the obvious one, which is the sort of economic side of things. How do we make money with this thing? But then there's also a sort of social responsibility. There was another project we were trying to do. We were trying to pull stuff from before 30 years of democracy off the internet. Who was doing this? Who was making poetry? Who was writing films? As we couldn't find on the internet, right? And so there's another aspect of it, which is our social responsibility in archiving the stories. Right? How am I and my kids gonna know just the real story of South Africa? So I think there's a sort of push-play between those. Yes, we are creative and we do the work, but what is the balance between making the money and the social responsibility of making sure that the stories never get lost and that our heritage gets preserved? So for me, when I see creativity, I see it as a service to our people. So it's not just entertaining and people are happy, which they need, of course. Tonight, battles are beyond without beyond. But over and above that, it's an actual economic driver I would say preserves our heritage, so that the people that come after us know where we come from. That's another part. So that's my input for now.
And I think those are very important. Those are very important observations and points of reflection. And I want to bring, Mama Tola, you were nodding and agreeing a lot, you know, and I think it's important that as we think about creativity and creation and preservation and protection, right, we want to protect creators' ability to carry on producing against this threat of AI and what AI means. How do we navigate that space and make sure that moving forward we're also able to inform policymakers about what is needed?
Thank you for having us. And it's very rare that we are not called to sing and dance on stage, that we can talk about what we believe in. So, Siyabonga, whoever came up with the idea of bringing the artists to speak about the work that they do, the work that we are passionate about, and no matter how many other things I do, if you try to describe me for as long as I shall live, I'll always be an author storyteller, period. That will never change. And masikhuluma ngomsebenzi ofana naloyo sikhuluma ngalabantu abalapha phambi kwethu manje and thina bagcina amasiko, we always say touch the past, feel the future. There are so many who came before us. Mangabasingabahloniphi laba abaqhamuke benza umsebenzi omangalisayo before we even came. We won't be doing what we are doing right now. And what James was saying earlier on about the lack of footage. I don't know who, have you ever heard of Mabele Madimwane? Now, if I had my way, and there was somebody who had even just a 5-minute video of Mabele Madimwane, I would make sure that every university, every drama department has a copy of that video, because when this guy was in full flight, couldn't touch him. Now we don't have a footage of Mabele Madimwane. Now, we should not allow that to happen to the work that is being produced today. I see artificial intelligence as a tool that we can use to our advantage. And the same applies to storytelling, to music, to dance. There are certain things that need to be preserved, and we can use it to our advantage and not be scared of it. Get into the car, let's do this thing. We want to get there faster. So that's my thinking. I'm always about adapting, and it's umuntu ufunda as a afe. So we're going to use this thing, we're going to hold it by the horns. AI, Hassan.
And indeed, I think that there's obviously, I just learned a new term in preparing for today's session, which is the fear of being obsolete. You know, there's FOMO, fear of missing out, but it is FOBO, which is the fear of becoming obsolete. And I think this is where creators are finding themselves. I want to come to you and your insights around specifically creation of music, composition of music. There was an incident a few years ago, 2 years ago, I think, where an artificial intelligence tool created a song, I think it's called Heart of the Fan or something like that, which mimicked Drake and The Weeknd, right? And it was actually submitted for consideration at the Grammys. But fortunately, the Grammys withdrew that because it was not created by a human. So I really want you to weigh in on the copyright aspect, the monetization of works as a creator, composer yourself, and what you see as potential opportunities and threats as well.
Thank you, Annabelle. Ordinarily, I should be here performing. That's what I do. I'm a performing artist. I'm not familiar with how my presence in situations like this should be navigated. However, when I was called upon to come and make a presentation, it was quite it was a task, because, you know, as performers, we always believe that the only thing that we know is to be up front, perform, and we go home. Now, we are expected to engage and interrogate a new phenomenon called AI. Now, I had to start writing a few things so that I remind myself as to what it is that I'm going to be talking about today, which is AI. I think maybe I will confine myself a little to that because I don't know what it is. So what I said is artificial intelligence is relatively new to many of us, right? Even more for those of our colleagues who may not be familiar with its existence. We therefore need to establish, barring the few who have interrogated its introduction, usefulness, and embraced it, whether South Africa has moved to know and understand what AI is and have embraced it. Now, I'd like to go back to where we are today. When the new dispensation came about, we were commissioned by a minister of the Department of Arts and Culture to go around the country to engage with the artists and so on. And somewhere along the line, there is a document called the MITT report. Now, I don't think many of the people who are in the industry know what the MITT report is.
And what is MITT? What does that say?
Now, the MITT report is a music industry task team report, which unfortunately, for some strange reason, it was kept in the shelves. Because every time we engage with the new ministry and we raise the issue of the MITT report, nobody seems to know what it is. It is a document that contains almost every aspect of the music industry, so that it guides us as to how we are going to navigate the challenges that we had in the past as composers, as performing artists, and so forth. So what I'd love to propose here is that most of the people who are here, please try and find the document and engage with the document so that it also assists us in formulating future policy.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that I also want to talk about is what is AI? How many people know what it is? How does it impact on Sipho Mabuse as a composer? How does it impact on Sipho Mabuse as a performer, right? If I don't know that it somewhat impacts on my rights as a composer, because once it comes into action, it becomes a challenge that we cannot deal with. So someone will have to tell us that, I think we need to educate our people first as to what AI is and what it's intended to do for the creators.
But before we talk about AI, please help us understand better the rights that you as a composer have to your works, and how you as a composer, author of your works, are able to monetize that. Because what AI will do is it impact your ability to monetize your work, because it's created outside of a human creativity element. So explain that chain of I as Sipho Mabuse write a work, and what's the next step, and how do you then monetize and get remunerated from it?
Well, as a composer, we know for a fact that there are several institutions, for instance, Pharma, in which you are a CEO, and others. When we write songs, we write music, what happens is whatever users out there or broadcasters use, they have to pay licenses towards the composer's rights, right? And that's how we retain our rights. Now, I'm not even sure if AI took over, it will make, how it will impact on that monetization of my compositions. Will I benefit from the existence of this new phenomenon called AI? So it's important that through legislation we are protected, we are protected from and before even the president signs it into law, it is important that government interrogates the existence of AI so that it ensures that the rights owners are protected from the encroachment of the AI.
Thank you so much for that input. So I know you work in the space of particularly language preservation. I know that you are a performer of note, and you've been involved in many productions over the years, but you've got a particular interest and passion around indigenous knowledge, language preservation, and what that means for not only existing practitioners and creators, but for new generations that are coming through the ranks. What are your thoughts around that area of creativity, language preservation, and where we see AI particularly presenting opportunities or threats as well?
Now, just like my brother, schoolmate and friend, Sipo Six Mabuse, to be on the safe side, I'd rather just read what I've written here for safety's sake, so that I don't get derailed. Obviously the first issue to raise, Annabelle, is to appreciate this engagement, and hopefully that this kind of engagement will be a regular feature. We are asked to make some comments on artificial intelligence and what impact, whether negative or positive, will emerge in the creative arts industry. And one needs to indicate that whenever any other thing is going to be introduced, especially in the technological field, we always want to see it and want to convince ourselves that this is a positive development step forward. But allow us, and through this panel and this engagement, to stop for a minute and ask more questions. One is not here that much as a best panelist, but to engage the people in this room in finding solutions, clarities in some of the questions that some of us are asking about artificial intelligence. Let me make one example. We, from the performing arts side, in the drama area, where we are involved, when you do any production, television production or so, when you go to SABC, you get in the archive, and we do all of those Masakeni, Komentayoto, Mumbale, you name them. What then happens, what then happens is that when those come on board to be repeated, we had worked our way so well as a united force of actors that time, that those who come in first and are playing major roles will then get money, royalties that come out of their roles, will either as the lead role or the supporting lead or cameo roles. Now cameo roles are those people who appear once in a while but are very crucial to be there. Let me make an example. Somebody is playing a role of a chief, and when you play a role of a chief, you must have a person called here in the KZN area, the person who will keep singing the praises of the king. That person might not be a lead, but because he's always there with the king, therefore that person plays a cameo role and therefore is taken as a lead. Now, we have managed with engagement with SABC and other relevant players to clinch a deal that says those people, each time, for instance, let me make a quick example. As we speak now, the Scalabawe flare that is being repeated there.
So your Don Eric Mulangenis and many others who will lead roles there would then receive their royalties. Their money is paid to them for being lead artists in those productions. Now come AI, we'll show whether that still stands. Because you see, these agreements were made between people.
Parties.
Two parties. The producers and the actors. And, of course, the commissioning editors at SABC. All those are the people. The MOU was between those people. Now we wonder now, where will the AI get the copy of that kind of agreement? And therefore, in the process, when art is still being arranged, what then will be happening in the payment process?
Yeah, and if I may, I actually want to also bring Debsa into it as a director and producer, linking on to the acting, the TV, the drama space. You would know last year that there was a big strike in Hollywood with the Actors Guild and the writers. It's about to happen again because of the fear of the potential impact on employment and creativity and the livelihoods. You know, AI is about everybody's livelihood, day-to-day, your ability to feed your family. So how do you, as a filmmaker, working with actors, working with producers and the technical crew, see threats, opportunities in that particular space, and how are we meant to navigate the space, which is an unknown space?
All right. So let me start by saying I'm excited for AI, but I'm also scared. And I'm not trying to simplify it. So we've always had AI, artificial intelligence. It's been around for a while, right? So when you navigate, when you go on GPS, that's AI, that's sort of finding routes around you and using satellite signals to see where you are. Right?
So we're talking about generative AI and assistive AI.
Exactly,
Yes.
right? So that GPS, that's where you're going.
Yes.
We're going to create a generated image, right? So there's image generating AIs, right? So they've been around for a while. And there's AI platforms that create sonics or audio sounds, whatever, it's all there. And you know now you've got bots, chatbots, so you go, that's AI. Now, why is that panic amongst the film industry and the creative space? It's because it's taken a giant leap in the last couple of months, right? So AI basically, it's a thing that reads language, right? So it reads ones and zeros. I'm going to try and see, I'm not an expert in AI, but because I've used it, so it reads ones and zeros. So you say ones and zeros to navigate, I want to go from here to Victoria. So it'll read ones and zeros, that's how you go. Ones and zeros, I want to create this image of this person, it'll read those specific ones and zeros of making an image. Now what's happening now is there's a thing called large language models. So now the AI that exists now doesn't read one language. So it doesn't say I'm just for navigation, I'm just for pictures, I'm just for music, it reads everything. Right, in a split second. Right. So now, what would happen? Let me make like a simple analogy. 3-4 years from now, okay. Before I say this, I think technology is a great equalizer, right? Yeah. But we don't want to equalize by killing others. Right? So imagine 3 years from now, there's a young kid from Soshanguve or somebody. They want to write a script, right? They want to write a movie or a short film. They've never went to film school, they've never done any little kid with a fast computer and with an AI platform can literally punch in, write me a short film like how Mama Dinam can write a short film about this character. And the AI will generate it within a minute. And then that same person can go to the visual side of things and say, I want my lead actor to look like that big kid. And the thing will generate that. And then the young person will say, and I want the music to sound like this album from this album. And then the AI will generate it. So this kid is an equalizer because now you bring in young people that never had the opportunity into the space. If you bring them in the space, then what happens to his likeness? What happens to the royalties in the music? What happens to her writings? So that's where that's where it's foggy. Because right now, for instance, in Hollywood, the main line in the contract they're fighting for is, especially the actors, there's a clause that says you can use your likeness in perpetuity. So for instance, if you got extras in the room and I'm shooting a movie like this and you sign that contract, I can take your face, and I'll archive it in my drive. So next time I make a movie, I don't need you. I just take the face that I just showed, I just dressed you in a different outfit, and I can duplicate your face into 200 other people without paying you. So that's where the trick is. And the problem is it's moving so quick. It's a great tool for us. I mean, I've used it 4 times at least in the last 4 years for other things, right? And now because I'm exploiting the fact that there's no policy and there's no rules right now. But for me, I'm both a producer and a practitioner, right? I know that tomorrow somebody will take Queen Sono and say, make me Queen Sono in Asia with this, and they won't have to pay me because there's no policies and rules for that.
Yeah. Very mindful of. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm very mindful of our time as a panel, but also time to at least have some inputs from the floor. So I don't want to just focus on this side. And I do see a hand, but before I come to the one hand that I see, Mama Kona, I want to understand what Tebogo just mentioned, policy.
Yeah.
Policy that seeks to protect. And I think South Africa has to be deliberate about taking protectionist regulatory reforms that protect South African creators, that protect South African products, that protect South African storytellers. How do we've got a space that includes policymakers. How do we move into that space? And then I'll come to the one hand on the floor.
Please, would you money speak?
Yes.
The majority of educated children who have gone to university to do music, speech and drama and what, they are not given any money speak as part of the curriculum. So we are excelling whatever you want to do, but they don't understand this thing called the finances. And that has been a major problem for years amongst artists. I don't know because of the number of artists that have not been paid for their music, about writings that just go out of print like that. And nobody tells you what your book is out of print now, or whatever, all of that. There's that, the money speak. And now you bring this artificial intelligence thing. How do you decode it then? The fact that people have not even passed that finish line that says, I need to be paid for this and for that and for that, even before they say, what are you trying to do? Or can I use AI? So we need to have those discussions. And some of the things we've got 5 ways of decoding some of these discussions in our mother tongues as well. So that we discuss these things with people also who write in indigenous languages, who compose traditional music, people who do beautiful artwork in the villages and all of that. How are they going to understand what's going on about AI? The finish line, the money speak. So that is my reality, and I think that's I'm all for moving with the times and using, like, getting storytelling into podcasts and whatever. I've reached audiences that I never thought I could reach because of being able to get on
technology.
So we balance, but guide those who are coming after us.
Yeah. Dennis, I want to ask you just to hold your thought. Let's allow some input or questions from the floor. Sandy's there. I see 2 hands. Can we take those 2 hands? And there's a third one here. Yes. And then I'll come this side.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon or still morning?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know I wear many caps, but right now I'm standing on behalf of Jacob Mukhasi Foundation. And I am saddened that we're talking sports, arts and culture, and there's no sports representation. When we talk AI, coaches need to be enabled, it's time, that they connect to AI in order to understand the performance of the players, in order to understand whatever challenges, physical challenges that they are experiencing. Because the unfortunate reality is many of them are only recognized or they lose form by being injured, and that's the end of their career. And if AI was utilized early in the play of the individual, that could have been prevented. That we're sitting today with many former sports persons who many of them have resorted to using substance, and I am saddened, Sandy, that the department, each time we talk sports, arts and culture, sports is left behind. We only recognize sports when we go and watch football. And many of them, I mean, I remember the former minister, when I asked what is the plan for former sports persons who are persona non grata once they stop playing, and he said by name. And I would like to ask this environment, what is the plan for former sports persons? And it doesn't have to be football, in any environment. And as we introduce AI, do consider that AI can assist in preventing some of the injuries that lead them to losing their careers.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to try and take questions from each.
Will you manage the floor there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks.
Sanbonani, igama lami uSiyabonga Ndlozi. I be founder ye Creative Digital Network. I just want to add to this idea AI. First of all, the AI is data, so it's a gathering of information, and then we use that information to create something. So there is a fear. I just want to like what Scott has said, like if we're looking in specifically in a creative industry with the clause that has been assigned. The problem that we are facing is that most of creatives, they don't own their content, or they don't have a brand that is big enough. Because if you have a bigger brand, you are able, like if it's I used to your work. So with that, with AI, we can put together that information that we can build a brand that is that we can finance. So I quitted my job 5 years ago, and then I did research. So maybe in a broad, I'm jumping with the organizers of Progressive Business Forum. We can share because we can help artists. We need to have artists, they die broke, like from musicians, authors, filmmakers, because they don't own their content. And they miss the importance of ownership, because if you started today, 20 years from today, your brand can worth billions or millions. So I was just sharing to share information with. Maybe let's go back to the beginning. Instead of looking at making money, let's look in terms of creation, so that we can be able to control AI. Because if we are at the end, the AI will control us. But in the beginning, we can control what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Siyabonga.
One last question, and I'm going to give it over to the floor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. This is Lula Mankone from Serenade. I am telling you, COVID took a lot of our people, but it really helped us. I'm from the choral music background. We are mass-based. I thought you were going to be on the panel, my comrade, because I'm really referring to you as well. To say, this is one ship, I think Mamshapa said this, Dr. Hop. This is one ship that we must just jump this bandwagon. We've got no choice. We must just change our attitudes on this one. Because whether we stop or we don't jump, the AI will still go on. And we'll be left behind. That is my biggest fear. will still be left behind. I'm telling you, I'm old school. You can't believe I'm old school, but I'm going to jump this AI. I'm going to make it a point that music benefits from this. But what am I asking? I'm thinking I've got an advantage. I grew in rural areas and I operated in urban areas. I'm thinking of somebody who's staying in the corner here, there in Bandur or Koma, who can be able through an AI send his or her music to the world. I think government, if you can, or business, give them data. These digits are going to help us. These phones that we are carrying are going to help us drive this thing. What I'm saying is that let's consolidate, let's empower one another.
We have no choice but to move on, right? We actually have no choice but to move on. Colleagues, I'm very mindful of time, and I want to, I'm here on a mandate, so I want to move us to some level of conclusion. But I do want to ask, Pasipo, I'd stopped you at some point. I'm going to ask you to use this as an opportunity to have your final input, and then I'll move on.
Perhaps I need to say...
Okay, let Ndadisipo speak and then I'll come to you.
First off.
Yeah.
Perhaps what I need to say is that during our deliberations outside with the NEC chairperson, the main concern for us, and which is something that I also raised, was who is driving firstly, let me say, we are grateful that the government has actually stalled in signing the document. However, we need to also understand who are the driving forces behind advancing AI before even, the owners of material are looked into and how they will be compensated in the future. We had those deliberations, and perhaps we can get answers from government as to how it sees its role to protect against AI.
Okay. There's one last input from the floor, and then I'm going to close our session. Yes, we can hear.
Yeah. Parliament has voted in the signing of the Copyright Amendment Bill, and we are all panicking as an industry, more especially in terms of fair use. So I would appreciate if you, because I know you to be one of the experts, if you, in your closing remarks, break it down as to how much fair use, which obviously will be taken advantage of by AI, how much of it will impact on us as creatives, and how much kind of losses, because a lot of people in the country, I'm excited, I'm just like him, I love AI, I'm not going to lie, I'm like Pbf, I love AI, but the issue is the protection of people's rights, and I think it's a call to government to please look at it, because Parliament has already voted for it. It's supposed to be signed in by the President. Stalling it is not an answer. What will be the final conclusion? Thank you.
I think you've raised multiple issues in one question, right? And maybe to the leadership of the Progressive Business Forum, we might, and TG, and the chairperson of the NEC is here and they've heard that question. There probably is a need to have a separate conversation about other issues of impact. I think for the rest of the floor to understand where Arthur is coming from, the issue is about the impact of what is in the current version of the bill that is sitting with the president to sign, which says, fair use basically says, I can take your work, I can use this as I want to without remunerating you. At the moment, the current Copyright Act says, in order for you to use Brasipo's work, I come from an organization called SAMRO that protects Brasipo's copyrighted work. For an establishment like Gallagher Estate, when they have a function, they need to get a license from us so that we're able to collect money and pay that receipt. So with fair use, Gallagher, any one of us sitting in the room can go and use any composer's work without one getting permission, two being licensed for the use of that work, because it is a legislative requirement that you cannot use anybody's intellectual property without the requisite permission, without the requisite remuneration for that permission and that license. So if AI comes in, and this is what we were saying earlier on, it means that the revenue streams or the earning potential of composers, of content creators, of copyright producers is then diminished. So it literally stops and says, I don't need to pay you anything, I'm going to use your work as and when I want to. Sorry, you can take me to court if you want to. And we know that we are not a litigious country, and we do not have the resources to be taking each and every single user that infringes to court, because the onus then becomes, it's others' responsibility now to go to court and say, oh no, but Gallagher used my work without getting the license from Samro, therefore I have to take you to court. So can you imagine the chaos that that alone will create just from a court proceedings point? So it's an important, I think, point of reflection on the impact of AI on copyright and content ownership. But it's also important as I move us towards closure. I know that we haven't necessarily done justice to the conversation. I'm mindful of time. I want to appreciate my panel members and the opportunity that has been given to us. But maybe as a segue into what could potentially be another point of conversation is around the legislative, regulatory, enforcement, protection environment that needs to be had. Internationally, we know that the EU has just passed an AI Act that includes set-asides for the protection of creators, composers, and authors.
Very briefly, I want to support what Sipo said. As and when there's a pressure that this AI is implemented, a serious, timeless engagement should be involved. Because one would then begin to propose to the president of our country to approach this whole thing the same way he approached the COVID-19 issue, where on the one hand, the rampant COVID was going on the other, there was a solidarity fund that was chaired by Maruna Gloria Soroka. And why? So that when there are some of those of us, many of us, who would have fallen off their means of survival, then there's plenty for reskilling through that trust.
And that's a good point for us to conclude today's panel. I want to thank Deboko, Debza, I want to thank Dr. Sipo, my member at Sambro. I want to thank Dr. Kitsitole and Mamton. It's been an honor to have this conversation. I think we can do justice to it in different forums and different structures, but definitely let's find a way to enforce a protectionist approach for South African content creators and owners of creative works, and strengthening the creative industries in the process.
We are protecting ourselves from this and this and this. Let's talk archives,
yes.
Let's talk archives as well. I have not heard, and since we gained our freedom, I have never heard the voice of Oliver Tambo. We used to listen to him on Radio Freedom. I've only heard his voice. I don't know how many people here know his voice. Oliver Tambo. And then there's a man who loves choral music. Oliver Tambo loved choral music. Can you raise choral music to the level where it deserves? So when you say we are protecting things, let's protect our wealth as well.
That's a good point.
You have my vote.
Had to give my respects. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our panel and our moderator. I think just to add on the AI dialogue that is being had, is the fact that ultimately the international landscape is still grappling with the rapid movement and the evolution of AI. It would obviously have to start with engagement of all stakeholders, engagement of us, the practitioners within the industry, to content creators, advocacy groups, regulatory bodies, legal practitioners for our sector, policymakers, and the powers that be. I think more importantly, across all sectors, what is important would be the education around AI ethics and best practices to employees, content creators, anyone who's going to be utilizing AI or interacting with AI or developing anything within the AI space, and other relevant stakeholders. Also to promote what is crucial is to promote transparency and accountability, and also for the platforms that actually put whatever content that is created out there, be it your YouTube or your social media platforms, they need to take accountability and be able to do their due diligence before they put anything out there that is going to be consumed by the public. It is within their responsibilities. It starts in those areas as far as I'm concerned. I'm an avid user of AI myself. I use AI quite a bit. It has helped my business in surmountable ways, but as we are moving with time. We are moving with time. What have I done? What am I missing? Oh, please, may I allow, or may we as a room allow Dr. Tanam. There's no way that she's going to leave us and not render anything. It's impossible. Please,
I can't render something in a Seswamu. Is that okay if we tell about this season?
No.
We help each other. Get Jayma! Is it possible for us to help each other then? Instead of just me alone here. You don't want to see the stage. That matter why? Yeah, see? Something like this must happen. There are people who are going to say, what a waste of time. Let's have another mining in the hour, man. It's much more realistic, isn't it? Let's have something about different business awards, but it's show business, it's not real business. Isn't it? That's what it is. Look at it. Why do you bother? And then when it succeeds, when we hear the great minds that are gathered here, when it succeeds, that's what I knew it was going to succeed, this thing. I knew it was right. Before it started, before it was made to be valid, to say, we are continuing these discussions and we're going to speak them also in our mother tongues because we've got beautiful languages. Why didn't they promote and assist and encourage from the beginning? So, let's sing the song. siyazisola. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. Mamtina, thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next item, which is transformation and innovation in the pharmaceutical industry. And I would like to call upon, because we are going live with this piece, I would like to call upon our minister and the panel at the same time so that we can move from his speech and then into the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together first for the panel, and then I'm going to introduce the minister. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Kabo Pomape. Can we have our moderator, Kabo Pomape, and then we are going to call the panel. The first one from Aspen is Strabos Nicolau. Hello, Kabo. And then the next one is Colonel Hilton Klein from Numolas. Mr. Ajit Mangal Muti from Katz Pharmaceuticals. Professor Ramnik Alilualia. I hope I pronounced that right, correctly. Mr. Daniel Ndima, Dr. Mike Ramatwala. Let's wait for the completion of our panel before I call our minister. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for this session that is going to be speaking about transformation and innovation in the pharmaceutical industry, please put your hands together for the Minister of Health, Minister Joe Pasha.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon to everyone here. Dumela, Sanbonani, Moloene, Uyamatach. Also to the fellow panelists here. I'll just make a few points, and I'm sure you know sometimes when you're a political head of a particular sector, there may be an assumption that you know everything. But the reality is these are the real experts. So I'm going to make just a few points, and I'm sure the real experts will give us a lot more substance. Now, this is a very important industry, the pharmaceutical industry, important for saving lives, but also, of course, as we save lives, we also save livelihoods, as we learned from the COVID pandemic. Now, the COVID pandemic indeed was very key in bringing a lot of issues to life for us in terms of the inequity which exists across between the North and the South, the developed and the developing, and the high income and middle and low income countries. We experience this, I think all of us. I know that, you know, the human mind in terms of forgetting some of it's very quick sometimes to forget the kind of situation we went through during the pandemic. I'm sure when you cast our minds back, we all remember, you know, the panic when the pandemic, you know, struck, just in terms of firstly finding proper diagnostics, finding personal protective equipment, and of course, as it got more and more serious, some of the key commodities, basic commodities for saving lives, such as not just access to intensive care and high care, also basic key commodities such as oxygen, and then of course other pharmaceutical interventions, therapeutics, and then of course all of us will never forget the difficulty when vaccines became available, how difficult it was for low-income developing countries to access those vaccines, and the fact that by the time when those vaccines became available, the anti-vaxxers have become so organized, so powerful that with using all kinds of media, such that countries like ourselves, by the time we have huge stocks, including not only those which we are able to purchase, including those which were now donated, and we've got nothing against, we're very appreciative of all the donations we received. But the fact of the matter, the reality of life, is that by the time the developed countries saw it fit to start providing some of those life-saving commodities such as vaccines, it was a time when they had already overstocked and reaching where it was no more necessary for their own populations. So we all actually came to learn from the reality of that to say, this is a wake-up call. We need to make sure that also in the countries of the South, the developing low and middle income countries, we need to make sure that we are organized to make sure that we can be self-sufficient, because the scientists keep on telling us that the next pandemic is just around the corner. And thanks to the leadership of very key leadership played by our President Ramaphosa at the time, as not only in the country as a leader of the response for the country, but in the continent. Because when the pandemic struck in 2020, he had just been elected as the chair of the African Union. And he took the steps to organize under those circumstances, using all forums which was possible, virtual platforms, organizing the African leaders, heads of state, but also through a structure which had also not long been put into place by the AU, the Africa Center for Disease Control, the Africa CDC. Using that platform also mobilized scientists, mobilized also financiers, and created a number of institutions through which we were able to be mobilized to work together. And the idea was we must work together rather than as individual countries, because we knew, he was aware that if we continue to struggle to access these commodities as individual countries, we're going to struggle. And through that, structures such as the Africa Vaccine Acquisition Trust Team were created. Also, platforms also for Africa to work together to acquire personal protective equipment and also therapeutics. And along the same time, the continent had already taken steps to establish a pharmaceutical regulatory body called the Africa Medicines, the African Medicines Regulator, which had already been decided upon, and a number of countries had already acceded to the treaty of the African Medicines Agency, the AMA. So through that, many countries which had not yet ratified the Treaty of AMA also came on board, including ourselves. We had already, approved that we should also accede to the treaty, but I can report that as soon as Parliament started functioning again, we put this to Cabinet and to Parliament, and as we speak, South Africa has also ratified the treaty to be part and parcel of the African Medicines Agency. So all this, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a process which makes sure that we, as a country, we must be ready, we must make sure that we are self-sufficient, not only in terms of pandemic, but also in terms of other medicines, other diagnostics, and all other kind of equipment. Where are we as a country? As a country, we can say that
we've been relatively better off in the sense that even before the pandemic struck, we already had quite significant capacity in the areas of production of various forms of medicine, also in vaccines, although largely the companies which we have, such as Aspen Pharmaceuticals, and also within the state-owned company as well, largely this has been more in terms of what is called fill and finish. But we had already been somewhere where we had access to some of these tools. So as you know that as part of the whole world working together under the World Health Organization, there was also, the countries also agreed that the issue of making sure that no one is left behind must be driven from both the WHO and also from the United Nations. And we're very lucky as a country to be chosen to be one of the major hubs for the production of new forms of vaccines, which became very handy during the pandemic. What is called the messenger RNA vaccines. Most of us in South Africa, we used two forms of vaccines, which was the one which was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and the other one was the Pfizer. Now the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines quite dominantly were those which used the messenger RNA technique, whereas the Johnson & Johnson used the traditional form of production of vaccines. So we already have access to all those technologies. Now, in terms of overall, what are the issues? So the issues really for us as a country in terms of transformation is one, to make sure that we continue to improve our capability to produce medicines, diagnostics, and also vaccines. As I've said, we're not too far, but there's a lot which we still need to do as a country. Just to give you a sense of just as South Africa, what is the size within the public health sector, we spent over the last 2 years, in 2023-24, the total budget for medicines for the public health sector was in the region of 25 billion rand. Within that, about just around 9 billion rand was for antiretrovirals, and then the rest was for the other forms. Out of that, just around 5 billion rand for vaccines. So the reality in terms of where we are currently is that, of course, from a procurement point of view, procurement must also help in terms of accelerating local production. We do try to make sure that a significant portion of the procurement goes to local companies. In terms of volume, when we look at the ARVs, I know that the local companies are still not happy with that. We try our best because we have to compete against lower prices from other parts of the world, but we've tried to make sure that at least up to 60% of volume is actually procured from local production. Of course, in terms of doing that, there's still challenges, because what is called the active pharmaceutical ingredients, the APIs, the reality is that almost, I think, at least around two-thirds of APIs are still not locally produced. Now, those are the basic ingredients which comes into the production of the medicines. So we want to work together with the industry to make sure that more and more of those can actually be produced locally. We do have challenges. And we're working around those challenges. Just last year, I had to answer really very difficult questions, including not only to the president, who called me late at night and asked me what's happening, because the problem which we had to deal with, and then I had to answer also to my boss in the world, the DG of World Health Organization, because he was coming a few days after the whole furor broke out. And what was it about? It was because, as I've indicated, we spent in the region of about 6 billion rand on vaccines, which are routine vaccines for children. I'm sure many of you, mothers, fathers, gogos, you know that your children, as part of the road to health, must have measles vaccine, must have this and that vaccine, and all those. So we've added a lot more vaccines to prevent diarrhea, to prevent pneumonia for children, human papillomavirus vaccines, all those. We spent about 6 billion rand a year. Now, what was the problem? The problem was that, and of course, as a political head, you get it either way, because there is a very clear line that when you're a political head, you don't participate in procurement. But when there's a fallout, you are the first one to take the responsibility. So the bureaucrats went out, advertised for procurement of pneumococcal vaccines, and this and that vaccine, and so on. And then, when the final award was given, it was then became a big problem, because we have a local production of some of those, and which is also 49% owned by the state. And it had been supplying for more than 15 years. But then there was a particular agreement. And then the officials said, oh, this agreement is coming to an end. Let's compete. And then they opened it up, and then another company was given the contract to supply. And then the question was, your president is preaching local empowerment, local production, support local industry. And then you've got a tender of about 1.5 billion rand. But the company which has been awarded is a company which is headquartered. It's got presence in South Africa, but headquartered, and most of those produced in another country. So we had to answer to that, and also at the WHO, because they have just supported us to establish this hub to be self-sufficient and also support other developing countries. So those are the difficulties, and we are discussing that with the Minister of Finance, Trade and Industry and all that, and those are the two key departments, because the issue here which we have to manage is that you are allocated as a health department a budget by the Minister of Finance to say, this is what you can spend. And then within that, you want to expand services. Make sure that you reach as many children, for instance, with the vaccination. If you are vaccinating 1 million children, and you know that there's still about 200,000 who are not covered, you want to expand and make sure you reach them. To do that, you've got to acquire those vaccines, and you must pay for them. So when we then went to the officials, said, but why did it go this way? They said, no, because when you looked at the price, the one which came from outside was coming about half a price, half price cheaper than the local. So those are the kind of issues which I'm sure the panel here will be able to say to us, and because as a government of the ANC, we've been very committed to make sure that we work with the industry to support local production. But the issue, and I'm sure some of them will also indicate that we are happy that where we are, even international organizations like AVI has come to the party to say that to support local manufacturing, they will also be able to give a certain protected portion of their acquisition of vaccines to low-income companies which are producing in middle and low-income countries. So I believe those are the kind of issues which the panel here will be able to enlighten us further. But thank you very much, and we look forward to a very lively discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Minister. Let me observe protocol. Greetings indeed to the chairperson of the Pbf, Dr. Gwen Ramakoko, Minister Joe Pasha, Minister Gungubele, the Deputy Minister Vapela, NEC member Me Tandi Murata, members of the various leagues of the ANC, esteemed guests from different embassies in our country, my esteemed panelists that we have here today, and the minister did mention that he is only facilitating, but the real experts are the panelists. I'm going to borrow on that because I am also a moderator and facilitator. The real content lies with our panelists. Let me further greet ladies and gentlemen that are in attendance here today. We really appreciate all of you and your presence. I believe that I have observed all protocol. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce the topic that we'll be talking about. It's a little bit of a technical subject, but nevertheless, we are going to find a way of bringing it to the level of understanding so that we do not miss each other. It is always difficult to present technical matters after arts and culture because we are all comfortable with the issues of arts and culture. But nevertheless, the job at hand must still be done. The topic that we are having today, that we are going to discuss and see how between the private sector, the public sector, various organizations, non-governmental organizations, that we're going to find a way in the spirit of bringing solutions. The intent of the discussion is to find innovative ways of managing some of the challenges that the minister alluded to in his earlier speech. And we are coming in the spirit of ensuring that the government, or rather the ANC at government level, is able to deliver according to the mandate that they were given by the citizenry. The topic is the transformation and innovation in the pharmaceutical industry. And the pharmaceutical industry, if it is to be explained in short, we are looking at the space of medicines, we are looking at the space of medical devices, we are looking at the space of vaccines. And the Minister did allude to the challenges during the pandemic that we endured and went through. I believe the collaboration during that COVID pandemic has proved that private sector is indeed able to work with government sector to ensure delivery of a much needed intervention, which was the vaccination program that we duly succeeded. I think we can get a round of applause. Thank you very much. Let me introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, my panelists that we have today, and I'm going to give them each just 2 minutes to just give a brief background of who they are and the company that they represent, and in that way we will be able to get the expertise that they are bringing to the fore before I then task them to bring the solutions to some of the identified challenges that exist in the health sector. Let me start from the end. It doesn't need any introduction. Dr. Stavros Nicolau from Aspen Pharma, but I would rather than give you 2 minutes, Stavros, just to introduce yourself as well as Aspen Pharma, and then we will come in that same way to the next panelist and until we reach to the good doctor next to me, Ajit. Please go ahead, Stavros.
Mr. Moderator, and let me observe all the protocols, acknowledge the Minister, all the other dignitaries in the room. I'm actually here in my capacity today as chairman of Pharmisa, which is the local pharmaceutical manufacturers association, with a very clear mandate. Our mandate is to promote and enable an environment where the local domestic pharmaceutical industry can grow, flourish, and ensure both health security and security of supply. That's the key mandate. Let me make some just very brief remarks, which I think will supplement what the Minister was saying earlier. I think that one of the most important sectors that have manifested post-COVID is in fact the healthcare industry, and more specifically pharmaceuticals. You know, before COVID, no one really, business people really pay much attention to healthcare. They said it's too complicated. We'll leave it for the doctors and the pharmacists. But now all of a sudden there is a great interest because we saw the impact both on lives and livelihoods, as the Minister said. So there's a renewed interest in the pharmaceutical sector. The renewed interest is also because you cannot disassociate healthcare from the economy. If you have an unproductive labor force in the country, if you've got an overburdened disease trajectory in the country, that impacts the fiscus significantly. So health ministers these days have been catapulted to the level of finance ministers because that is how important it becomes. So we cannot be ambivalent to the pharmaceutical, the healthcare sector. I think we are seized with its importance now, which is, I believe, the appropriate positioning. Now, let me in the remaining minute, I just want to make a comment on the issue of localization. So as the Minister said, during COVID, we were exposed to vast inequalities in healthcare, not only with vaccines, incidentally. So both the East and the West shut their borders on us. They shut their borders on Africa. We were supposed to get vaccines from India that didn't arrive. We were supposed to get vaccines from Europe that also didn't arrive, and I can go on and on. That's all well recorded and rehearsed. The fact remains is that there's only one solution. That solution is, in a time of crisis, you cannot depend on solidarity. You have to establish your own capacities and capabilities. And this is what we need to do as a country. Because as you embark on the journey, some will say, don't worry, in the next crisis, we promise you we're going to deliver vaccines. It's not going to happen. You're on your own, and you've got to have your own capacity and capability, and I think this is what we're trying to establish. So, moderator, let me leave it there. We'll unpack this a little more later in terms of a 3-point plan that I would like to suggest. But the bottom line here is, in your time of crisis, friends forget you, and you have to have your own independence. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Stavros. Please proceed, a round of applause. Thank you.
Program Director, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to everyone that is sitting in this room. My name is Daniel Ndima. I'm a scientist by profession. I specialize in structural biology of infectious diseases, but I'm also an entrepreneur. I run a company called K-Bio. I think this is a company that was quite famous during COVID. If we remember, when it comes to diagnostics, Minister, we did not have access. Same thing with vaccines. And we came to the party quite quickly to reduce that burden. So we produced Africa's first COVID PCR test. Because Africa did not have access, as we know, that everything was boxed. And testing at the time was the only solution because we needed to isolate people, etc. So we are that company. Before COVID, we were actually exporters of what we call reagents. And these reagents actually are used by these multinationals to develop various test kits. So we had to pivot during COVID after we saw what was happening in our country, but also in the economy. So now we became a medical device company. We produce diagnostic tests. We can produce any test under the sky because we created that capacity and that capability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Ramthwala. I'm actually wearing 2 caps. The ANC Youth League NEC member responsible for health subcommittee, but also I'm in the public sector as a senior clinical manager in Limpopo. I think, unlike the gentleman here, I'm not so much of an expert in pharmaceuticals, but I'm passionate about public health care, and I think that's why I decided to even go and study public health care management in the US at Texas University. So I think I love this topic, and let me start off by acknowledging the Minister and thank what he said. He said something very profound, that healthcare is very complex. You know, it's one thing that no one has a silver bullet to the challenges that we face in healthcare. And I think that is what makes this panel so interesting and this discussion so much, that we must all be engaging in. You know, if there's one thing that also our Treasurer General, Gwen Ramkhupa, likes to always, whenever we have discussions with her, is to say that we must always look for solutions to the complex problems that we have. I'll highlight two of the three things that I think we need pharmaceutical industry to come on board with us, especially in the public healthcare sector. Number one, if you look at what is currently happening on the ground, our patients are standing in long queues. I think most of us, if you have gone to any clinics, you have gone to any public hospitals, you will see that the queues are so long that patients have to wake up as early as 2 a.m. You can't even call that waking up. They basically don't sleep. To stand in a line from 4 o'clock so that at least they can get their medication because there are so many. So I think we need innovation in how some of these drugs are created. You know, there's one drug that I think I'm very passionate about, which is ARVs. You know, ARVs have saved a vast number of South Africans. A lot of our people used to die from HIV and AIDS. Now, we have done relatively well from 2009 when ARVs were actually readily available. But the challenge that we still have is that because people have to collect ARVs on a monthly basis, it causes them to miss work. It causes them sometimes to even default, because if you then miss your time of going to collect your ARVs because of whatever commitments, then you default. And that is why we still have a bit of a challenge of defaulting on ARV treatments. So we need innovation in the way that the drugs are centered and are created. And they must be created towards the South African context.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think you have stated 2 point statements, but we'll come to that, and we're going to look for solutions from you for that as well, as you have raised them. Thank you, Minister. I'm jumping you there. Let me proceed to Colonel Klein. Please proceed, Colonel.
Thank you very much. Protocol observed, Minister, the rest of the team here. My name is Hilton Klein, and I'm the chairman of the Numelux Group, a group of companies, of which one of it is in the business of, like the Minister said, we are in the business of saving lives. That's what we're here for. And in our health portfolio, we basically work in the space of pharmaceuticals, building hospitals, and we were predominantly actively involved in clinical studies and clinical research during COVID, where we had a huge clinical study on COVID in children. And over that period, we vaccinated the first 6-month-old baby in the world. Not in South Africa or the African continent, in the world, with our partners in Sinovac, with the vaccine called CoronaVac. And that vaccine was successfully registered, evaluated and registered by SAPRA, one of our esteemed programs here in South Africa, where SAPRA runs a group of experts looking at the safety of our products that we bring in and that we manufacture here. We're also into hospital build program, where we've successfully built hospitals in other countries like Zambia. Currently we're busy in Lesotho, and we hope to do some big work here in South Africa. Currently we're busy with that process. That's who we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
My name is Ramik Alwalia. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Higher Health. My first profession is I'm a medical doctor. My second profession is I'm also a PhD doctor, and then I also teach. So I'm a professor through teaching many universities around the world, including South Africa. But as Higher Health, our main job is to not allow people to fall sick, and that's where we should go for. Because if we can prevent people from becoming sick, then our burden on our hospitals, our burden on our pharmaceuticals, our burden on our fiscus to spend on health will gradually become better. So higher health job is to take health and wellness to the young people at their doorsteps. So imagine health out of the health sites into communities. If we can take health to our communities, the vaccines has to be given as prevention to have a disease in the communities. Mental health is a huge epidemic. It needs to be first taught, educated, promoted, and fixed in the communities, and only then, if people are sick, needs to be sent to the hospital centers. So higher health job is to take health to the communities and not let people fall sick. Eventually to put money into prevention. And we use the biggest tool, which I'm very grateful to the government for giving us now a mandatory curriculum on health. We call it a civic and soft skills. We've treated health as a skill in this country. To every learner in community colleges, in technical colleges, in universities, and now eventually to schools, so that they see health as an important enabler to not be falling sick, being more productive in the workspaces, and eventually becoming part of our economy. So our job is to prevent. Thank you very much, Prof, for that report. Please proceed, Ajit.
My name is Ajit. We are a small pharmaceutical company, and what we do is we are an enabler. So when there are participants that want to come into the South African market and participate in this environment, we help them from room to tomb to set themselves up in South Africa, as well as help companies and startups who don't know how to navigate the regulatory pathways, how to set their companies up, how to interact with SAPRA. So that's what we do. We are an enabler as an organization.
Thank you very much, Ajit. Appreciate that brief intro. Let me make just a small correction and recognize the program director. I think you have handed the ropes to me, and I forgot to make mention Sisan Disile. Please, I appreciate the opportunity as well. And let me also extend my gratitude to the Pbf for this opportunity to discuss these issues. I believe these are issues that are hinging on our community and our society, and as a government we have been measured at our performance, and health, I believe, is one of the instruments that an economy can be measured with. And I want to return back and go back to Stavros, and on the issue of transformation and innovation, Stavros, as South Africa, how do you believe we can leapfrog many countries that are ahead of us in terms of innovation and creating an innovative environment that allows youngsters to innovate and ultimately be taken up by companies, or even them rather have their products be some of the intervention in government and in the private sector? How are we measuring up on innovation as well as transformation? Stavros?
Thanks, moderator. And I think there are two prefacing comments on my side. The first is we need to play to our strengths as a country. That's the first thing. Because one can be overly ambitious. You know, Rome was never built in one day. Our traditional strengths are manufacturing, first and foremost. And then the second prefacing comment is India was in our position 50 years ago. So India couldn't access capital. The world that turns its back on India was disparate, abject poverty in the country. And India said we're going to back two sectors. We can't raise the capital, we're going to use our intellectual capital. And the two sectors were ICT and chemical pharmaceuticals. And look where India is today. But they started with a stepwise approach to get there. So for me, the very first thing we have to do in our country, we have to fix the public procurement bill. We cannot be in a position where many countries around the world have got a number of instruments and levers that support localization measures, particularly for new entrepreneurs. And yet, 30 years later, in our country, the courts have set aside the regulations to arguably what is the most important transformative lever, which is the Public Procurement Act. Now, why do I say it's the most transformative? Because in the public sector, we know that our revenue collections are around 1.4 trillion, okay? And our budget is around that as well. Around 800 billion of that is consumed on procurement of goods and services. And how much of that do we allocate towards building local enterprises, young entrepreneurs, etc.? The answer is very little. And why is that? Because we don't have a Public Procurement Act in place at this point in time. It was challenged by Solidarity, or the regulations were. It's now sitting, the bill is sitting with NCOP, and we've got to ensure as a country that we fix the Public Procurement Bill. It becomes an act, and that in itself will enable the following, and this is my last comment, it will enable local industry to start getting predictable volumes, because we can never hope to set up young entrepreneurs. Look at the black entrepreneurs in the space. They're battling. Why? Because they're going to go to a bank, the bank's going to say, sorry, we need collateral. Okay. They don't have the collateral, and they don't have off-takes. If they go there with an off-take, the bank will give them the money. So these are the things we need to fix. They're not particularly difficult to fix. We're competing against the rest of the world here, guys. And 50, 60 countries around the world, I experience it every day, have got these localization and local procurement measures in place. Go up to Egypt. In Egypt, you produce locally in that country, they accelerate registration of the product. These are the things that we have to start implementing in our country. It will change the environment dramatically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh, for that intervention and solution. We will be taking notes so that we can present all these notes to the Pbf so that they can move it forward. And all these plausible suggestions are kindly being noted. And when I was engaging with you, Daniel, before we came to the stage, we spoke about challenges that young entrepreneurs will face, especially in this space of the health sector that we are in. And you mentioned the 4 levers that needs to be shifted. And I see that Stavros is touching on that. Do you want to just elucidate a little bit on those 4 levers so that we can have an enabling environment for the young entrepreneurs that are aspiring to be like yourselves? Go ahead.
Thanks, Dr. Komate. I think, Stavros, you basically answered the question thoroughly. But probably there are a couple of things that we also need to highlight. Because the sector is very complex, it requires skills and knowledge. It's not everyone that can just step into the pharmaceutical sector. Once they do, certain investment vehicles actually are more interested if you've got one, access to market, the offtake. There are a lot of VCs from all over the world that are interested in South Africa, but they always ask where is the market for entrepreneurs in South Africa? Because the public sector is the biggest procurer, so they always say, are you in alignment with public procurement? The second one is skill sets. The third being able to scale in a way that you can actually enter the broader market, because South Africa is not the only market that one should focus on. And I think key thing that sort of disabled a lot of entrepreneurs that this industry requires high cadence, right? And no one can give you 100 million as a starting cost. But there are government institutions that have those capabilities and infrastructure. But the way they are set up, right, they do not allow a flow of IP out of the public sector into the industry. And the private sector also does not want to take because of the terms that come with this. So because they really exist, and they are funded by the public, so the public is required is looking for return on their investment. So I think if we can remove some of these barriers, one, offtake is very critical. Every investor wants to see if you're going to be successful. They want to see if you have skill sets. They want to see if you are able to expand. They also want to see the conducive environment that is created by the state. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I'm going to come to you. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I see that based on the comments of the two first panelists there, we will all agree that SAPRA will play a very important role as the center and the driver of economic development in this instance. Now, the question that I want to raise to you, Colonel Clay, are we putting enough budget into SAPRA, and are we resourcing SAPRA sufficiently that it may expedite some of these things in order to even look at the battles of legal that are coming their way in order for them to implement a national policy such as the one that SAPRA was referred to? How are we supporting SAPRA as government?
Thank you very much for the question. To answer bluntly, no. There's not enough budget in SAPRA. The challenge with that is big pharma will come and they will sponsor SAPRA with certain things and they will push their products through. So somewhere, somehow, government will have to come in with us as private sector as a whole and work out a professional program that we can contribute to support SAPRA. For instance, SAPRA is doing great work. They are doing excellent work out there. They are one of the best in the world, led by Minister and the team. Just recently, and I want to just stop by that. Recently, we have brought a product, an excellent product, that currently costs us over 1,700 Rand for the medical aids to buy the product and the department to buy the product. In Africa, Stavros mentioned Egypt. Great work is happening in Africa, where they're producing the same product for half of that price. SAPRA is currently in Egypt, or going to Egypt with us to go and evaluate the product as well as the facilities. And SAPRA needs money for that. And the quicker we can get to more Africa programs, Africa pharmaceutical products manufactured in Africa, for Africa, by Africa, it will be great. But for that, we need more people in SAPRA. At this stage, we have a shortage of people, and that's why the battle is so big, because they've got their hands full in their streams looking at the different products that needs to be registered. So definitely, we need more money, but we as private sector needs to come alongside of government, because government cannot do it alone if we want to make SAPRA a success and get those products in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Colonel. Prof, let me come to you. Preventative health. And I'm trying this with what Dr. Ramtala indicated, that they are facing a very huge challenge of long queues. And after your comment, I believe that with the look at preventative care, how can we educate our society to a level that they are health literate enough to ensure that the queues that Dr. Ramtala is referring to can start to be solved before they become queues at the hospital, and they are solved in their homes because of knowledge. Prof, please proceed.
I think that's the key of us going forward, is to take help to the communities or to the homes. And the best way is, we've got schools, we've got colleges, we've got universities, we've got TVET colleges, we've got NEET, registered in National Youth Service, we've got SASA grantees between the age of 18 to 35. And that is what exactly we are doing. What we are doing with them now is, we have with QCTO, which is our quality control skills program accreditation, the first ever global qualification for any student with basic literacy, grade 9, can join into and get a basic skills level of departing at the level of NQ5, which is one above metric.
built in all languages, because I think you can't teach health in just English. You have to build structures, and that's what exactly we've done. We built modules of health into different easy languages, all these 11 languages of Africa, plus the sign language, which is the 12th language that the President has launched. So a curriculum which is in all languages, a curriculum which is for basic literacy level, takes you right to the higher certificate, a curriculum that not only deals with health, it deals with the social and the determinants of health. Talk about GBV and gender equality. It's a huge burden on mental health. Talk about mental health at that young age of 15, when we know that over 50% of cases of mental health first symptoms come before the age of 15. 75% cases of symptoms come before the age of 24. Then that's the population. If we are talking about determinants, then we're talking about drugs and alcohol abuse. This is the module of addiction. What about if 6% of South African population is disabled? Then what about disability? Engaged disability, CSV, HIV, TB, climate change in health, these are the new jobs coming, climate change with gender, climate change which is a blue economy, green economy. So what we have done is, we've taken the 8 modules, packaged into one, made it mandatory for every young person, in their language, in a peer-to-peer, but building health resilience at the very young foundation stages.
Excellent.
At the back stage, they will know what to do.
Thank you very much, Prof. Representative Harold hand here. TG solutions are coming through. Ajit, I want to come to you. What, in your line of duty, where you registered dossiers for small companies, and we know that it's very difficult for a small company or for a small entrepreneur to become a pharmaceutical giant in our country, given the history of the landscape. In your company, what would you say can be done from government side, collaborating with private sector, to ensure an enabling environment for companies that are aspiring to get dossiers and level the ground so that they also participate in this healthcare space? Ajit?
Thank you for that. So we are an enabler. So I'm speaking from the perspective of my clients. They're all startups, they're all young entrepreneurs, and they've identified a product. We do medical devices as well as pharmaceuticals. They want to enter our space, but they find the rules and the regulations and the requirements so onerous that they don't even know where to begin. So from our perspective, to help them, which we start with really sort of one-man shows, and we say to them, so our model is of a shared services. So we help many companies and they come under our umbrella, so that one company doesn't have to take the burden of all the other people. So from a government perspective, SAPRA is a very highly regulated, it is part of the highly regulated setups, not at the level perhaps of the FDA, but just one small stage below that. Now, SAPRA seems to have this thinking that we need to be ready first world. But a lot of the solutions that come across our desk are from developing countries, from our BRICS countries, friends. So I sit here sometimes and say, let me have a look at your product, let me evaluate it. And when I look at it, it says, I don't have all the documentation. It's a very good product, but we seem to be very Eurocentric, if I can use that word. So we don't have certain free sale certificates, we don't have certain things. So I say, sorry, we can't help you. So they say, but this is the only area that people will talk to us. So we cannot enter the market. So perhaps, we have in SAPRA the concept of a reliance model, where we rely on documentation from first world countries. I would like to propose that the government and SAPRA look at a translational model, where we translate what's happening in perhaps countries that are more like us, and say, how can we then accept products and goods, and how can we use our entrepreneurs to enter the market, because that's how they will enter. They will not enter by setting up massive pharmaceutical manufacturing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ajit. Appreciate that. I'm returning to you, Doctor, in terms of policy. And I appreciate that you're part of the NEC at a youth league level, the ANC. In terms of policy, or in terms of even policy implementation, what do you find to be stumbling blocks for young entrepreneurs and also for healthcare delivery at grassroots level? And what would you rather propose that it be shifted in order to enhance access to healthcare, especially in the rural areas where you are saying, Doctor?
I think there's a key word that you mentioned, which I love so much, collaboration. You have encapsulated very well that we need to have government collaborating with the private sector to sort out the challenges that we're having. And I think we also need to cut some of the red tapes that exist in the legislative frameworks for that collaboration to happen. Because we have serious challenges as a country when it comes to healthcare. And that is why Pbf is very important, because it creates that collaboration platform for all of us here, public and private and business, to collaborate. You can imagine, beside the long queues that we are speaking about here, there are some of our patients in our public sector who, because of the way that some of these drugs are created, have to take about 8 to 10 pills a day. I think, can you imagine taking 10 to 8 pills a day? It's a very difficult enterprise. So we need to have that collaboration and innovation where pharmaceutical then comes on board. And we've seen that, Minister. I think you mentioned it very well. We saw it during COVID, where there was a lot of innovation and collaboration. But the innovation, we are also even now seeing it in HIV and AIDS. Initially, you have to take 3 pills. Now you are taking 1 pill at night, a choice. That is something that we must, as a country, applaud. And I think we need more innovations to deal with some of the diseases. In our hypertensive, we need to have situations where the regimens are improved, where instead of patients taking a heavy pill loads, we reduce it to being very less. And I think the key word, as you mentioned, is collaboration and less red tape.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that innovation. A round of applause. Minister, while we are at that, we need to also relook at the issue of the nanowatts that are really crippling the hospitals in terms of supplies. And those are some of the issues that have come up to say when a tender is non-awarded, and because the companies that have those molecules just simply did not bid, it is where innovation is needed so that we can see how we can bring in smaller entrants into the market so that they have a better appetite to want to bid for those kind of things. I want to speak regulatory alignment status. If we look at the issues of regulatory alignments, Sapra went on to a project where they are looking at aligning themselves as a regulator with other African regulators to ensure that intra-Africa trade. How can that be expedited? And while we are at that, how can we also further align our regulatory framework with those of our fellow BRICS members? Because we are currently heavily sided towards the Europe regulation. How do we achieve that and ensure that there is intra-trade in Africa and intra-trade with our BRICS countries, looking at a regulatory framework there? And I will come to call your claim after Stavros.
Thanks very much. I think that's a great question. The starting point for me is we have to align regulatory policy with procurement policy. Okay, we do have to speak to each other. And I mean domestically here, but also the Minister knows, we were speaking about it earlier. We need to create industries that are globally competitive. The South African market is quite small. So we've got to also agitate for the same thing to happen at GAVI, PEPFAR, Global Fund, which are using WHO pre-qualification or USFDA as the measure. So this has to be reorientated, reconfigured. But it's no use fixing the regulatory piece, but then the procurement piece isn't in place. Because then we're just going to shut down factories. That's a very important point first. The second is we need to give SAPRA some credit, I believe. Because finding the balance between a regulator that is credible, maintains integrity and quality standards across the continent and beyond is very important. And you can lean to either extreme now. But we need to recognize that SAPRA is one of 5 regulators on the African continent that has ML3 status. And in fact, of the 5, there are only 2 that have got ML3 status for manufacturing. It's ourselves and Ghana, the other 2. So we must give some credit where credit is due. And now, how do you get this alignment? The Minister mentioned that there's an initiative on the continent, unfortunately it's taken very long, which is the African Medicines Agency, AMA, which is being led by the former head of UNAIDS, actually, Michel Sadibe. He's leading that. That process needs to be accelerated. But we also need to lift those regulators that are not on par on the continent to the level of SAPRA. And the whole continent and these agencies look to SAPRA to achieve that. That's reconfiguring. Now, lastly, you mentioned BRICS. We're actually well advanced at a regulatory level in BRICS. So you've got Anvisa in Brazil, we've got others. We rank in the upper echelons of that. So again, we've got to use the standard that SAPRA is setting globally and bring the others with us. But the AMA is critical to achieving that, and we need to accelerate the AMA's work. If we don't, we're going to lose out as a continent, and we are losing out already. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Stavros. In the interest of time, I see my program director is already up on her feet to take over. But it will not be without questions from the floor, because we may lecture the whole day. If we don't hear from the audience, we may be missing the mark. So please, from the director, if you can assist me to take the hands from this side and the other side, so that we have a balance. Let us keep the questions brief. I'm going to ask my panelists to keep the answers also brief in the interest of time. I think that this stall is just next to us here. If we can have that question be asked, we will return the mic if we believe that the answer is supposed to be coming from Stavros or Dade Ajit. Please proceed, Dade Kit.
Thank you, sir. Prof, you evoked a smile from my face when you spoke about indigenous language friendly curriculum. Can I then urge the chair, the minister and the team to look seriously into making sure that all those dosages that come from the pharmaceuticals are actually changed in the packaging. It's always been Afrikaans and English. And as a cultural worker, I become terribly worried that all the other 9 have been sidelined.
Thank you very much. Let's take the next question before we can have any feedback. Please proceed.
Offensive from TAG, I just wanted to touch on the regulation of cannabis as well. Something that Stavros mentioned, connecting regulation and procurement. And locally, we kind of see a gap in the market where local producers have to export, but they're not meeting the mark that they need. And locally, the consumers kind of confused as from a medical perspective. There's no intervention, as there's no allopathic medicine available. So how do we create systems that are actually sustainable for us to move forward? And also, I just want to touch on the fact of promoting SAPRA, funding it more if possible. We saw with the cannabis market that they had an influx which distracted from their how burdened they were. So how can we kind of separate systems so that we can have more sustainable work throughout?
Thank you very much for the question. Sustainable environment. Any last question before I go to our parents? Thank you. No question. Just the last one.
No time.
Okay, let me take this opportunity to refer to my panelists. The question of sustainable alignment of subcontract procurement, regulation and procurement. How do we summarize that and ensure that it is implementable and implemented agently?
Sorry, my mic was taken away.
Thank you, Stavros. Take this one.
The simple answer is there's an interministerial committee, IMC, on pharmaceutical localization. And I think this issue is best dealt with the minister, I believe, because you've got DSTI, you've got DTRC, you've got NDOH, and I think you've got Treasury sitting there. So we need to bring SAPRA into that discussion, because many countries, I just cited Egypt as an example, I can cite many others, where there is a perfect alignment between the regulatory policy and the procurement policy. Now, why is it also important that we fix this? Because we can't go and say, look, we're going to export vaccines, we're going to export pharmaceuticals, but then we don't have that alignment in our own country because it affects what you do abroad. So what do I mean by that? To sell a vaccine manufactured in South Africa to Gavi, you first have to register the product in South Africa. Then you've got to send it to Geneva, where the WHO pre-qualification attends to it. And then if Gavi wants to deliver through UNICEF that product to Kenya, then you have to still go and get it registered in Kenya. Okay. So unless we get this integration, okay, we're going to continue being beaten by the Asians and the Europeans because they don't have to jump through all these hoops. So streamlining the regulatory process, aligning it with procurement is critical to our success.
Thank you very much, Stavros. I think that is a worthy answer. Now let's go and ask on the issue of languages, if we can have the mic to the minister. Let's have the mic to the minister. So just round out, Minister, if you can just round out based on the discussions that we had in the interest of time, while also helping the rest in terms of the languages that must feature on the tablet packages for the understanding of our people. Please, Minister.
Maybe let's start with the issue of language. Thanks to Prof for raising that. I think it's something which, in terms of legislative policy, actually, if you look at it, there are many role players, not just in health, who are not really abiding by the national policy on access to language. And of course, in the same way as in other spheres, including in the legal profession and so on, I think there's been some practical, rational approach. For instance, I think those are the things we can discuss with the pharmaceutical and packaging companies, because, for instance, it shouldn't be difficult if you're predominantly supplying in KwaZulu-Natal to have Zulu and English. You can even leave out Afrikaans, because having stayed in KwaZulu-Natal, very few people understand Afrikaans there. So there can be a very practical and rational. If you're in the Eastern Cape, you can get closer. You might have difficulties when you are in Gauteng, because everybody's here. So, which, that day might be difficult as to when you supply in Gauteng. Yes. So, but I think what Dr. Stoll is raising, it's very legitimate, because you can imagine if, he knows where I come from Skugune. If the package is also in the gas plate, but the PDC take at the church. You don't even need the nurse to be able to explain
to bona fela gore ba re tšea pilisi tee ka letšatši bošego morago ga dijo. So it becomes very, but I think it's something which we definitely have to pursue. Just to comment on the issue, for instance, of SAPRA, I'm happy that SAPRA has already mentioned. We are very pleased with the progress from the time when we had the Medicines Control Council, and then we passed legislation to create SAPRA, and to make sure that it also can retain levies which are paid by the companies, but also is able to attract even other funding and granting from donors and so on. It has really moved quite a lot, and that's why at the current moment, as is indicated, very rapidly, SAPRA has already achieved recognition by the World Health Organization at level 3 majority amongst the few in the continent. So we are indeed very pleased, and we welcome the number of proposals which have been made here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And let me just confess, TG, the subject of health, you know better. It's not an easy subject, and I think in the interest of justice, it really requires time. And I think the experts that we have here have still got a lot to say and advise. But nevertheless, this being the case, I will summarize what they have to say for whatever that they have answered in writing, and then I will submit to our high office for consideration. I think that will be better than to try and Thank you very much to my panelists, thank you to the audience, and thank you to the organizers as well as the program director. We really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Thank you, Minister. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Please do note that the minister and the panelists are still here in the holding area. So if you have any other questions or want to engage with them a little further, you can be free to do so in the front holding area. We've reached the end of our program, and from Progressive Business Forum, Progressive Citizens Forum, we've covered a wide spectrum of issues today. It's not the end of conversation, obviously. We are going to continue with the conversation at some other time, and also feel free to engage Pbf and PCS on Instagram and X. The handle is @Pbf_officially. And then on Facebook and also on WhatsApp channel, it's Progressive Business Forum. I think we've extensively covered a very varied of areas, which is health, agriculture, and rural development and communications. We had robust engagements. What I also would like to remind everybody is that if you're coming to the gala dinner tonight, please do go and register at the front where you entered. And for our vote of thanks, we are going to call upon Dr. Gloria Dorado Ciro. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because my other name is Makoto. Thank you very much. Managed to have a vote of thanks. The first thing is that when we refer to 1990 or 1994, it meant mainly two things. The first one, we had a huge backlog to cover everything that happened before that, many years of a backlog. The second issue is that it also meant that we are now joining the global world. And that's a very complicated place because the global world, there's cooperation, it can also be very, very lonely. And so we're doing two things at the same time to keep up with the Joneses. This knowledge, after 30 years, is starting to fade if we don't keep this story alive. And I think it's very important. And so the privilege of having our own leaders in every sector who have experienced life before and after apartheid is very much understated. I'm looking at this arts panel. So Deborah is sitting there with the hot sticks, brackets, Tole, Sistrina. You can't be more privileged as a child of today. And so I think when the chairman of Pbf and PCF, when she put this program together with her team, she had this in mind. We're going to talk about our 30 years, and we're going to talk about our future, and there's really three things there. The first one is inclusivity. The second one is on what are we doing with industrialization, or what have we done? And thirdly, what is expected of us in terms of innovation? What I like about COVID is that it showed us flames. It showed us serious flames. It forced to look specifically on these three areas of inclusivity, of industrialization, and also of innovation. On the inclusivity, it meant that we know that COVID didn't choose. It took the rich ones and the poor ones. It took the rural, it took the urban. It took the blacks, it took the whites, it took the men, it took the females. Everyone was in trouble. And so the whole issue of access to everything was very important. That is inclusivity. And every sector is grappling with this issue of how to make sure that we're providing access to everyone. And I see all the panels attempted to do this. How do we force shared growth for everyone in the country? COVID forced us into industrialization to the extent that, as I said, globalization, sometimes you are all on your own. And I give this example for those who follow tennis. Federer is all by himself there with his racket. Behind him is his country flag. And Nadal is sitting there, also wanting to grab the same trophy with his racket all alone. And billion people in the world are watching. Both of them, on behalf of their flags, they have to grab this trophy. So globalization has got those moments where you have to stand on your own. You have to be self-sufficient. And the last one is our own innovation. We have to keep up with the world. But again, COVID forced us to think long and hard about what we do, for example, with ventilators. Everyone was running out of breath, and the few ventilators we had in the country were not meant for that volume of people. And so we had to create our own innovation around how to
deal with this short breath, the problem that we have with that. My job is to say thank you today, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the ministers who managed to grace this occasion. That means Minister Tolodi Diza, Minister Gubele, Minister Joe Patla, Deputy Minister, those who were here, and the one I think we saw is Obed Abela. We really appreciate this. Yes, you are our ministers, and we feel like we do need the airtime, and we really appreciate it when you do give us the airtime. Thank you. All the panelists that we had today, very interesting, all of them. We really thank you. Program Director Zandi, Napo, and most importantly, all who managed to grace this occasion, including those who have joined us on live stream. The organizers of this event, Pbf team, PCF team, advisor to the TG, and most importantly, our host, Dr. Gwen Ramukopa. Lastly, the Treasurer General mandated me that I must say the following. Democracy needs to be sustained. Democracy needs to be funded. Democracy needs to be carried by both private sector and public sector. We ask for it, we've got it now. We need to fund it and support it. And so I have been told that if you look on the left and on the right side of the stage, it does say, my ANC pledge elections initiative. What did I say? My ANC pledge elections initiative. Esther Morse guys, May 21 is coming. It means just support them to do more. And with that, I want to say thank you very much, Gigi. I want to say thank you very much, Epi. I want to say thank you, Mera and Pbf team, for all that you've tried to do today. And we're looking forward to more colloquiums. And we will make the time. We will make the time. Thank you.
It's only 29.
Thank you.
Thank you.